me refresh that. And let's see. We'll just go from there. All right. So I didn't record me starting a new character, but we're brand new. Stats are out. This is what we got. So you can pick whatever class that you want. Largely for what we're gonna do, we're gonna want the vagabond. Now, the class that you pick after like the first couple hours, it doesn't matter, right? Because you're gonna start putting in, points into stats and changing it. The class that you pick first it determines basically your cosmetic outfit and your starting weapons, and that's it. From this, if we wanted to go heavy magic, we could go heavy magic from here. We don't have to pick astrologer. We just won't have access to spells in the beginning. But you don't have to pick astrologer. And your keepsake, you're gonna want to pick the stone sword key. I know it seems like it's the worst pick, but it's actually the best pick. So yeah, you definitely are gonna want to pick that one. And then you're gonna set up your name, and you can change how you look if you want. I didn't change how I looked at all, and so we're just gonna go. Now I'm in offline mode right now, so I'm not gonna see any messages or anything. When you're online, you can see other player messages. Offline, you can't. Any messages that you see when you're on offline, that's added there by the devs. Now this first fight here, this is a bit tricky. People get tripped up here. You're just meant to die. Okay, so don't think about it too hard. Just take a couple of shots. You don't gotta beat it, and then just die. Right? Like this is exactly what you're supposed to do. Get smacked, and boom, done. Now you can try to fight her. You got one shot, and then you got to create another character. You got to go through that whole process again. We can come back later and fight her later, and we will. But if you want to go through and keep trying to fight her, until you beat her, you can. It's doable. You can beat her at the very start. It's just not advised. It is exceptionally difficult and time consuming, and if that's how you want to spend your, couple of weeks, go for it. I'm not going to tell you
Don't worry, Torren. Fortune is on her side.
Alright, we want to skip that. And so this is where you get your potions. It's one of the reasons why you want to die. You get your potions, and then so like this right here, just put it here by the lips. Right? This is the training cave. Alright, all of the game systems that you need to know, you will learn in here. So it's a good idea to go ahead and do this. That's an important one. That's important. That's also important. That's important. So you got your block, and you got your parry. You got your quick attack, your strong attack. Most one-handed weapons you can wield with two hands. I would suggest doing that. You get a small amount of bonus damage, so if you don't need your shield, definitely two-hand. They're trying to get you to parry here. Don't worry about it. Just hit him with a couple of strong attacks. Or maybe they're trying to get you to shield break. Either way, hit him with a couple of strong attacks, and he'll just fall over. It's not that big of a deal. If you want to learn to parry, these guys kind of suck, but they have weird attack patterns. See, like it's really hard to get the timing on that. But if you want to learn to parry, they're good at learning to parry. This guy here is going to shoot you with some arrows. Just block it. Another one. Block. If they're about two, you should be right on top of him. Smack him a couple of times, and he'll fall down. And that's the cave. There's a few more enemies in here. But largely we're done in here. There's nothing else. And then you have the boss. You have your very first boss. Now, my wife beat this boss. My wife don't play video games. So, my wife beat her in one shot. She had no idea about the controls. She had no idea. She didn't even get here herself. I just brought her here. I brought her character here, and I was like, here, fight this boss. Alright, so this is how you know you got a boss. 90% of the time. There are some other bosses that we'll run into that don't have a golden door. But if you ever are in a place exploring and you come across a golden door, that's a boss. Go in the golden door. Alright, this boss here, you can just fuck him up, but I'm gonna try to beat him like an asshole. And so that's probably gonna kill him. But actually that's good. So I don't mind dying. I'm trying to do something here. But this is a good thing to show you. Got my honey lemon tea here for my throat. We're gonna keep going at it. Like I said, the goal here is to get back to Castle Morn. Alright, now you died. You see that there? Those are your runes. You're gonna want to pick those up if you can. If you can't, no big deal. But you want to try to parry this guy. It's a lot easier to parry with a buckler. I don't have a buckler. But if you can, the easiest way to fight him is to parry. But we're going to be without a buckler for a while. So Ah, shit. So I gotta... The parry timing for this shield is not great. But we kind of want to get used to that. That parry timing. Alright, because there's a couple of bosses that we're going to fight. And we're going to need a parry. And the only thing we're going to have is this shield to do it with. More than likely. I'm going to try to parry. You can get a backstab. But see, that's why you want to learn to parry. If I would have parried, the parry would have done the same amount of damage as a backstab. So, man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the parry timing down with this shield. Where do you get... Oh, man. Sorry. Like I said before, I'm sick. And, talking is just killing my throat. And this lemon tea, while good, is not doing it. I got some throat lozenges too. I might throw one of those in. We're dying over here. All right. Let's give him one more shot, and then we'll quit playing like an asshole. That's... In this series here, that's the one thing we're not going to do, right? We're not going to play the game like an asshole. Am I going to be able to get my runes? Oh, Jesus, I'm fat rolling? Fat rolling. That's not good. Let's dive a bit closer. We're gonna have to fix that. And you see when you parry, you get the ability to land an attack for extra damage, and we're fat rolling. Alright, so let's talk about that. So when you roll, in the middle of your roll, you have what are called iframes, right? And the faster you roll, the more iframes that you get. When you're fat rolling like that, you get very little iframes. Now, do you see how my equipment right here, it says 38.8 out of 49.8? That puts me at a heavy load. That means we're fat rolling. All right. So they give you this halberd. You don't need it. We're not going to use it. We're going to remove that. So you see how it dropped 8 pounds. Now it says medium load. That's good. That means when you roll a little bit quicker. So we're going to have more iframes when we roll. Now, if you want, see we're at a light load. You see how much better you roll there? You don't need to be a light load. Medium load is perfectly acceptable for the purposes of what we want to do. Alright, so now we can go out the door. Killed the boss, the door's open. Out we go. gonna pick up this piece of candy. Drop down. Whenever, there's not one here, but whenever you see one of these trees out in the wild, there's gonna be a seed. You're gonna want to pick that up. And we're gonna, you don't gotta worry about that. We're gonna get all the seeds. It'll be totally fine. Alright. Now, if you picked up the stone sword key with your first as your keepsake, right? You can open up this fog door. We're gonna go past that for now. That place sucks ass, so we're gonna avoid it for the time being. I don't even think you can take a seed beast at this point. You might be able to be fair. If you're quick enough, you could probably take a seed beast, but I wouldn't try it. Alright, gonna head outside. Alright, once we get outside, we're gonna take this grace here. We got a lot to talk to this guy about. We're gonna talk to this guy quite a bit.
Oh, yes. Come to the land. Of course, you unfortunate.
You can listen to what he has to say if you like.
Luckily,
I don't like to.
Are you familiar? You may
we're just gonna. I'm gonna skip through all this. If you would like, take time.
Castle, the home.
Go through all this.
Castle if you. It's a castle if you.
When he says "maidenless as you are," that's how you know you're done, and you can leave. So we're gonna leave. We're gonna pick up this. Do I have to? Alright. So we're gonna activate that. And see, this right here, this is for multiplayer, right? So if you activate this and you're online, you can drop your summon sign and somebody can invite you to their world and you can do that, but you can only be summoned at places where you have activated this here. So whenever we see one of these, we're gonna activate that, because when I go online, so what I like to do when I go online is I like to help people out, and but I only help people out in the base game, right? I do not activate those in the DLC because people are fucking stupid. All right. Look. By the time the DLC came out, from when Elden Ring was originally released, only 35 people had beat the requirements to play the DLC. The people that have beat the DLC by now are, it's not even 100% of those people, right? So like only like 5 or 10% of the people have actually beaten the DLC for Elden Ring, if I am remembering my stats correctly. Maybe more at this point, but people don't do what they're supposed to do in the DLC, and they run around like, oh, this boss is too hard, oh, this boss is too hard, why can't I beat this boss? I can't, this game's too hard. It's like, bro, you're playing like an asshole. Knock it off. And then it's easy.
You're a tarnished.
They don't want to use the skidoo tree fragments. They don't want to use summons. Like, oh, the game's so hard, I can't.
That you're not after my throat. Then why? I am Kale.
All right, Kale. Here we're gonna purchase. Very important. All right. Now we're broke.
Goodbye.
All right. We need to get a couple of things before we can move on. So we're gonna do I have, I don't think I have enough to level up. So we're also not going to grind runes. No, we can't level up yet. So the first thing we need to do is we need to get the ability to level up. And we're going to get our horse. And then we're going to meet our wife. And then we're going to continue on. Now, we're going to practice parrying the entire way there. And we're going to get our asses kicked. And so we're probably going to die. But we got to practice parrying. You got to practice parrying. I have not played Elden Ring in a bit. And as you can see, I'm out of practice with the parry, right? But being able to parry will make your life so much easier. It's not necessary. It's not necessary here. But there's going to be a couple of bosses that are going to require us to have a little bit of a different setup than we normally do. And we're going to need to be able to parry. So being able to parry will be very important. So learning that skill. Will be very good for us. So yeah, you hear that sound? Dong! And I was sword jerked up. Alright. Come on. I need a better parry shield. Unfortunately, so the buckler parry is the best parry. Now we don't have the ability to buy a buckler for a long time. So we might actually have to skip a couple of bosses until we can actually get a buckler, and then we can go back and parry. But see, these guys aren't that difficult. You know, if you're just taking your time and you're not making content and you're just taking your time, you can take the time to learn how to parry. I know how to parry, so I don't need to. I'm just having a real hard time with doing it at the moment. There's a couple of reasons for that. One, I'm out of practice. Two, I'm sick. And so that means I also lack patience. And I'm not going to sit around and do that. So for right now, we're going to avoid this mess. We are going to go in there in just a minute. But first, we need to do a couple things. There's a bunch of stuff here that we need, and we want to clear this out. Now, this isn't actually that hard to do. And I'm going to show you how to do it. And we're going to get cut pretty close. But it's not going to be that bad. But first, cutscene. Alright. So you're going to talk to her. And she's going to give you the ability to level
Have
up.
you heard of the finger they serve? But
It's gonna tell you
I
about
can
maidens
turning wood to
and
aid
finger
you.
maidens.
You need to the foot of
Accept her
then
request,
accept summon me. Ah, I bequeath.
and you get your mount
It
here.
will summon Torrent. Treat him with respect. Shall I
now we
turn? Let
can
my hand
level
share
up.
them with me. Your
And
thoughts.
we can't afford to. That's fine. Leave. Alright. Now, we're going to come back down here to the Church of Ella and teleport there. Alright.
This way, Tarnished. May I have a word?
And we're going to talk to this
Pleasure
lady
to
here.
meet thee, Tarnished. I am the witch. I'd heard tell of, and upon the talk thou art possessed, call forth the...
And we have Tarnish.
I was in
and we
Try
have,
Torrents.
and now we can call...
Tis a bell of call. Summon them, the spirit. Now it is that.
We can call summons. Talk to her
Forgive
again.
mine, I
after
doubt
we
we...
get
How
back.
long will before the time?
And then when she does this little thing here, then you're good to go. Make it daytime. You don't want to deal with the bats. The bats suck. They're not hard. They're just a pain. Talk to Melina whenever you can.
This
And
is light, but
she'll
now
give
you can see the
you
rays
story.
upon a demigod. If the rays and the Elden
And
as an
it's,
ally
you know,
prayed
it can
to
be
face
pretty
the
interesting. I'm not going to make you sit through it while you're watching me, but if you want to do it yourself, that's fine. Go for it. Alright. So now, morning, I believe. Let's see.
Wait. Well, you're back.
I think the parry timing on this is just as bad as the shield that I got.
I am selling where the
So
land
let's
has
talk
its
to
own,
him.
let's say. Goodbye.
You don't need to, but, you know, why not? Alright. Now we're going to head back down this road here. You don't have to walk. You can teleport if you want to, but I like to walk. Gonna pick up a couple things. It's not too bad. Also, if you want to be a Godric soldier, like the best loot. Everybody here is basically a Godric soldier. Okay, so we want to set up a couple of things here. All right, so the first thing here we're gonna set up is, so when you hold, for me on my Xbox controller it's Y, you get this extra menu here. This is where we're gonna put torrent, our summons. We're gonna get a lantern later, and buff food. Or rune arcs, right? So we're gonna remove this. Alright, we're gonna switch this. On my down key, I always put torrent. On my left button key here, I always put my summons. And on this key here, let's see. This is where I put my. Oh wait, no, hold on. Summons go here. On the left key, that's where I put my lantern. On my right key, that's where I put my buttons, or my buff food. So we're going to remove all of those. Alright. And then we're going to clear out this area here. Now this, you don't want to just rush headlong in here. This can get a little touch and go. So you want to do as small chunks of this area as possible. I would suggest not going down that middle road right here. That goes straight in at all. Like, just totally avoid that. Because that's going to put you in the middle of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and an extra 9. So 11 enemies. Like, you're going to be right in the middle. They will overwhelm you like immediately. And stick around the edges. Sorry, a bit of a cough there. Stick around the edges, and we're going to get this piecemeal. It'll take a little bit longer, but we're largely in the end, we'll be successful. Chip shot there. Alright. So we get a sword here. I can't remember if I can use this yet. I think we might be low on dex. No, we're low on strength. So we can use this. Right? What's our strength? Our strength is 10. Actually, wait, no. We are 16. So we need 1 more strength. 2 more strength before we can use that two-handed. So we're gonna pass that up for now. We do have enough runes to level, but if you interact with the grace, everything is easy. So we're just not gonna bother with that right now. Instead, we're going to continue to go along the outside here. That one. This guy. That's done. And here you'll get a flail. Alright. And you definitely can't use that. That requires dex. So with dex, you can't use in 2 hands and make up for a dex deficit, like you can with strength. So you just gotta meet the dex requirement, or you just can't use it. We're gonna touch this grace here. Touching this grace is not going to reset mobs. It's only when you rest at the grace. Okay. So we're gonna come back up this side. So there's one guy there by the tent. There's 2 wolves and 2 people on patrol here. So we want to keep track of that count. So there's the one guy patrolling, there's that guy patrolling. Actually, there's 2 people by this tent. There's one guy here on the side, and there's one guy in front. Alright, so it looks like this guy's coming without the wolf. That's good. Watch out for him, because that pick, that's gonna fuck you up. That pick is no joke. so that's done. Careful of these dogs. The most dangerous enemy in Elden Ring is dogs. They have a very I don't know what you would call it. Their move set makes it difficult to see. They'll do that, but they'll also do one that looks exactly like that. That's a double bite. Oh. And so you don't want to be... Alright, so we got... Let's see. This is the right. You don't want to fight them both at the same time. Alright. So that's that one. Alright, so we got this guy here. Come back. Oh, we're stuck on a rock. Literally the worst thing. So we want to get this guy to come back because you have the knight that patrols along the wall. And you don't want to be... There he is. You don't want to be too close to that guy. The best way to deal with this guy here, now that we got some space, use your summon. Alright, so we got our summons out. They're going to largely distract him. Some to do our damage here. And then he's taken care of. Now, there should only be 1 or 2 more people left, and we have our summons out. Alright? And so we're going to go and finish them off. This will be super easy to do at this point. Everything's basically done. So there's this guy patrolling here, and there's a guy at the fire. So this guy here, he has that. Right? And that calls... everybody else in these ruins to that position and up your ass. But since they're all dead, it's just a couple other guys that are left, and we have our summons out, and that's super easy. And since you beat all the group, if you used any health potions, your health potions come back. Alright, and so what we just picked up there was a map fragment. That reveals all of Western Limgrave, where we are. And that's perfect. You can come down here in the tunnel. And we're going to open up this chest. And we're going to get a whetstone knife that allows us to change ashes of war. Physical ashes of war. And we get an ash of war. Alright, and so now we're gonna open that. Alright, so we got our map. It's perfect. Alright, and we need to rest up a bit because we've got our wolves out, and we've got... Oh, you know what? Actually, let's go this way first. Alright, let's get on top. We're not going to rest now. We can, but we're not going to. Because we can use that sword now. I think we should have enough. If not, we're almost there. Now, you can grab this if you want to, but if you're faster. But you need to be sprinting through here on your mount, and you just need to be moving, right? So you're just going to run through on your mount. You can come back through there later. See this glowing tree here? You have a golden seed. Pick that up. Alright, then from there you're going to hang a right into this sort of windy area here. And you see this corpse here? You're going to pick that up. If you got a skull, break it, pick up the rune it drops, otherwise just keep going. And then you're going to come all the way back around. You're going to go to the back side of this shack here. If you're at the back side of this shack, perfect. Touch this grace. Don't rest at it yet. Don't worry, we're going to rest. We need to rest. We need to recover some stuff. We don't want to use our potions now. So we are going to rest. Potions anyway. Just use this. Push the wrong button. That's fine. Doesn't matter. If you're out of potions, you're about to get swords. Got the Sunderstone sword key. Then we're gonna go talk to this girl.
Everyone who only to have did you know? It's quite the.
Just keep talking to her. She'll give you that.
To some ties. Well, that, but I don't have. It's scared. I want on nothing. Can you take?
She's a coward. She'll give you jellyfish.
It was. Oh, tell them I love them fine again.
And then.
It was,
keep talking to her until she says that she'll go join those the chrysalis people after she gets over the whole pain thing. And once you got that, you're good. Rest at this side of Grace here. Talk to Melanie.
Me? I'm searching for my purpose. For the reason there is something I've acted the finger I am no me.
You can add a charge to your flask since we picked up the golden seed. Just go for it. That's fine. You don't gotta save those.
Shall I turn? Let my hand share them with me.
Alright, let's see.
Your thoughts.
And we can go.
Your ambitions. The principles you would follow.
So we want strength here. We want this to go to 16. I almost put points into vigor. We will want to put points into vigor. So now we need that 16 strength. Requires 16 strength. That's good. See how we're at a heavy load? We're going to remove our shield. We're at a medium level. Alright, so we got ourselves a two-handed sword. We're going to be using this for a little bit. Alright, at this point we got to start putting some points in the dex. We're going to want to, our goal for the time being is to get to 18 strength, 18 dex. You can fight these guys. These guys aren't too tough. Once they shout, they're going to do more damage. So once they shout, you definitely want to kill them as fast as you can. And it only takes a couple of hits to kill them anyway. But still, just make that a priority. All right, talk to this guy.
Not seen you. Name's Bern. Let me ask, are you here and does your despite?
Tell him your
Yes,
faith holds
takes me
firm.
any inch. All I know. Now's the time. There's a moment to find. That's how it grants.
Again.
Not floating you. Well, there you are.
I don't need to buy anything from
Not
there.
floating your boat.
You are going to want to buy those at some point, but not right now. Back up on your mount. And we're going to play some chicken here with some trolls. That up. Beast liver. And then go stand here by this statue. Now that he's broken that, pick that up and leave. Don't want to be here anymore. Out you go. All right. In case you don't know where we're at, we just went back to the war shack here. All right. And once you get to the war shack, go back up to the main road and make a right. Some wolves are going to drop out of the sky. It's fine. There's another Godric soldier camp up here. There is some loot in here. We're going to come back for it. But that camp sucks. So right now we're just going to skip it. We're going to go up here and talk to this guy.
Can you hear me?
Now,
Help me. I'm
I
stuck.
screw up his quest
Hello?
all the time. Right?
Hello?
Oh, my please. My thanks. Just give, and I'll pop. Don't dally. Give it your all.
And if you screw up his quest, you screw up the pot people quest, and you don't get you won't get your trinket. There's a trinket.
Why?
I'm not exactly sure because there's only one way to do the quest, right? But I don't know because she only shows up in certain places, certain times, and it's just the quest is very finicky, right? And if you go to the village or talk to him or rescue him, like just a little bit out of order, it doesn't progress all the way through. It kind of sucks. But I mean, the trinket is it's not that good of a trinket. So if you miss it, it's not a huge problem. Avoid the pumpkin head. But, you know, if you're trying to collect everything and you need that trinket, right, then it'd be kind of, you know, it sucks if you miss it. Alright, so we got a whole bunch of undead coming up here. We don't have a holy weapon, so we just want to keep running. We're going to come back and talk to that guy, but we're running down here to this grace, and then that will reset the undead, and then we can go up there and talk to him. You could also mount Torrent if you like. I don't know. Sometimes I use Torrent, sometimes I don't use Torrent. I don't like the way the mount feels when I'm riding him. There are some places where you have to use Torrent to jump. I'm never a fan of that. So, you know, trust me, I get it.
My mistake is the death.
You're gonna talk to this
guy. A tarnished eye. I'm known as Heed My. The village here and worse if you that. The turn back. The turn back.
Alright, so when he says turn back while you still can, you're good. Alright, we're gonna use our stone sword key. So you don't got to fight the Mariner right now. We actually can't fight the Mariner right now because you don't have a holy one. Well, I mean, you can, but it's much easier if you have a holy one. So you're going to use your stone sword key here. You should have the one from when you started, plus picking up one near what's her face there. That gives you the squid. So you should be good. Open this up here. That up. And we're actually going to equip that. Alright, raises stamina recovery speed. And right now, while our endurance is low, we're going to want that stamina speed recovery for sure. Alright. So now we're going to grab... We're gonna go get Holy, or Holy Ash of War, so we can actually fight that guy. First, we'll come down here. Now, you go left to that church, and you pick up Holy. We're gonna go to the right first. And I'm going to pray that I don't fuck this up and look like an idiot. Yay! Alright. So whenever you see a graveyard like this, you can run around and pick up all of the little rune orbs. These give you runes when you use them. And this is how, that's how on my other character, I was able to get maxed out. Because these are tradable items, right? You can, if somebody summons you to their world, you can drop these runes, and had it. When you drop the runes, you can pick them up and then you can use them. Alright, but we wanted this, the Fervorous Cookbook. Alright. Now, here's the fun part. We gotta get back over to there. And you actually can't go back up there. So we have to go back to Summon Watermelon Outskirts. And then we just go the other way. Here. Oop. Up there. There. I almost look like a dumbass. You see this here? Just pick all these up. And you can actually see these on the map. I wonder what game uses X or What is that on the PlayStation controller? Square to jump. Because that's what I'm doing. I'm pushing that button to jump. Okay. And we want to drop down here. And we want to use this here to make this big drop. Missed. And we want to use this guy here. And he drops Sacred Blade. So that is the holy weapon that we need to fight undead things to make sure they stay dead. Alright, and that'll be very important in a couple of different places. See, I did it again. I did it again. Why? Why am I doing that? Alright, come in here. This, you get your Crimson Tear and your Physic Flask, and you get your Sacred Tear. Alright, Sacred Tears are great. You use those to buff your potions, and they restore more. You know, they give you more mana or more health. Alright, so, but we're going to talk to Melina first.
Spoke words, if you would. Very well, my lord. With thine evil well.
And then after you talk to her, upgrade our flask. Increase the amount replenished by flask. Yes. And it does both with one use, so you don't have to choose, oh, should I do healing? Oh, should I do mana? No, it applies it to both. Alright.
Shall I turn you? Let my hand turn you. Let my hand
we're gonna
share them
level
with
here.
me. Your thoughts.
So we're gonna go to 18
ambitions.
strength.
The principles you...
And then once we hit 18 strength, we're gonna go up to 18 dex. Once we get 18 strength, 18 dex, we're gonna start cranking them points into vigor. And we're gonna take our vigor. First, we're gonna go to 25. I believe it's 25. And then we're going to assess the rest of our stats and see how we're feeling about our endurance, our stamina in boss fights. If we need some more stamina, that's at that point, that's when we'll put more points in stamina. And then from there, we're going to go right up to... well, we're probably going to want to take a look at our strength and our dex. And once we're comfortable with our strength and our dex, then we're going to go up to 45 with the vigor, do another reassessment for our endurance, our strength, and our dex. And then we're going to go to 60 vigor. And then once we get 60 vigor, we're going to want to go to and this isn't exactly how we're going to do it, but the points that we're looking for is they're breakpoints for stats, right? So most stats is going to be 40 and 60. I think, though, our endurance can go and stay at 25. Then we should be good with that. Let's see if we can get this. Nope. Alright, now we want to run away. Run away. We're running, we're running, we're running. We're running like a motherfucker. We're out of stamina. We're running. We're running.
Oi! You there? Could you
Oi.
help us out, Cully?
We're gonna pick up that. We're still running. Oh, that guy's behind us. We're still running. We're going to that grace there. We're going to that grace. We're gonna make it daytime, and then we're gonna go help Locke. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Box quest. It's pretty easy. You don't got to do much. No quest. I'll just put this out there for you. No quest ends well for anybody. Right? So if you're like, oh, I want to help people, and you know, I want to make the realm of Elden Ring, I want to make it a better place. Right? Well, then don't. Right? That's the best that I can tell you. Just don't.
You there? Could you help us out, Cully?
Don't help Bach. So it's this bush here, right? If you want to know where it's coming from, it's the brown bush here.
Yeah, you there? Stop pretending you...
So smack that.
What you going? Some clue. You were just... Thank you. I was... Then I ended up...
Alright, and
Oh,
then
my mate,
again.
so this is all I hope.
This is gonna give you a mushroom.
Then... Right, I'm...
And then he's
Right,
gonna go to cave on the shore. Alright. So perfect. Alright, just a second here. Alright, so it looks like my wife called me. So I'm gonna take a few minutes time out here, and I'm gonna go talk to my wife, and then we'll continue from here. Right, what we're gonna do is here, let's bring up the map. So we're gonna go here. We're gonna pick that up, and then we're gonna come down here. We're going to go to some ruins here. Then we're going to come back over here. Then we're going to go back to the ruins. Then we're going to come down here. Then we're going to go back here. Talk to this dude. Come down here. Clear that out. Come talk to this dude. Go back down here. Right? And then once we're done with that, then we're going to come back over here, and there's a few dungeons here we're going to knock out. And then once that's done, then we're going to come all the way down here into this area. We're going to do a couple of things, and then we're going to do Castle Moon. All right. So let me get a few minutes, make a call to the wife, and I'll be right back. Okay. So, live phone call returned. Alright. So let's get started again. Yeah, I know. I know it sounds like I'm dying every time I move. It's like, but you know what? Honestly, today I feel like I'm dying. So, yeah, it's fine. All right. So now that we got that, we're going to go back to Summon Water Village. Right? And we're going to change our Ash of War for our sword here. Lorn's Sword, Great Sword. And we're going to make it sacred. But once you do that, you have to put it back on 2 hands. Now we're going to go fight this thing. So as soon as you get into the fight, he's going to teleport away. He goes around to the back. So you can just get Torrent onto the back. You can largely ignore the other skeletons. Hit him with the Sacred Blade. Whack him a few times. Try not to get hit by that. If you do, as you can see, it doesn't do that much damage. Alright. So he's down. All these other skeletons are going to drop. Alright, so we got our death root. Going to want that death root for later. We're going to pick up Trina lilies. There's a couple of pieces of loot that we want to get from here, but not much. Mostly it's just those 2 Trina lilies. You know, there's... Did it again. It's alright. We're right near a Grace and we can rest there because we don't need nothing else from here. Pick up that mushroom. Get our Sacred Blade out. And so you do extra damage to skeletons and you don't have to kill them twice if you have a holy weapon. So that's why we went for the Sacred Blade before we went and cleared this out. It just makes our life so much more easier. And then oh shit, it ran out. So when it runs out, skeleton will start coming back. You just hit it again while they're on the ground, and then they'll die permanently. Or you just use the Sacred Blade, and then that'll kill them permanently as well. Alright, and that's it. That's this little town. That's Summon Water Village. We're all done with that. Alright, let's hop on Torrent. We're broke for mana. And we used up some potions we didn't need to because I forgot what button jump was again. It's fine. We're going to rest. It's all gravy. Alright, so what are we doing now? What did I say we were going to do? Alright. We're going to go here. We're going to go from that church. We're going to go there. Right? And then we're gonna go down here to the ruins. Let's just block that. Actually, hold on. Let's spend our runes before we do that. Alright, we want 18 in the strength. And now we want to start getting dex. Alright, so we got 14 dex. Now we can go. We're just gonna follow this road a bit till we get to our marker, and you can see it on the map, right? See that? So you can see this little shrine here. That's where there's a map fragment, and once you get that map fragment, it'll reveal this part of the map. So that's how we know where we're going, right? We're going there first, and then we can see where we're going from there. Now this map fragment here is surrounded by a bear and then a rune bear. And so we just want to run on Torrent and not stop. I'm gonna pick that up. There's this here, the Warrior's Cookbook. Pick that up. Just keep running. Just keep running. Grab the beast bones. It's not super important. Grab it anyway. Alright, we're just running through. We're just grabbing stuff. Pick up that rune. Keep running. Go back to the road. Don't want to run through the woods? Go back to the road. Alright? We're still just running. We're still just running. So from here, so we're gonna open that up. Now, you remember before when I said that you can see on the map where those graves are? Look, this area here, see? All those are lined up. So there's another one here. Back over here, Summon Water Village, right? These are the tombstones we jumped down. See, there's that there. And that's where we picked up the Forever Cookbook 1. Right, and there's, I think there's some over here, if I'm not mistaken. Might be. I swear there's some here. But maybe maybe I'm imagining. I don't know, I swear there's some there. But we're gonna come down over here. And we're gonna go. Oh, alright, hold on. So for now, we're gonna take Sacred Blade off. Because we don't need it. That lowers our damage output. Because it makes it a faith-based weapon. And we have like absolutely zero faith. Right? Alright, sorry about that. I had to blow my nose, but since I've been sick. Ugh. You ever blow your nose so much you get a bloody nose? Yeah, I got a bloody nose. So. I did that for a couple minutes. But it's alright. It's not that big of a deal. Just stick some tissue up there and keep going. Alright. Alright, see this big wolf here? Big wolfie here, he's going to be a little bit of an issue for us. Alright. Generally, I would not suggest turning your back on enemies. But I've done this so many times that I'm not too worried about it. Last one. All right. Okay, so now we're gonna go to some ruins. Alright, and in the ruins, we're gonna want to sneak. Alright, and then oh, you know what? Nah, fuck it. Let's just deal with these guys. What's the worst one here? Get rid of him. Alright, that's done. That's done. There's one more, I guess. Finish that guy off. Alright. You don't want to hang out in these ruins for too long, or else you're going to wake up the bear, and then you're going to have a real bad day. Like, real bad. I don't know if you can kill one of these bears right now. I don't think you can do it. We're just going to drop down here. We're going to sneak. Remember, sneak. We're going to open the door. Back to sneaking. Open the chest. Our talisman. Go back to sneaking. Alright, see the bear's still asleep. His paw's still there. Slowly and gently. Creep away. Bear's still asleep. Alright, there's a couple other things that we can pick up while we're here. Pick up this rune. There's a stone sword key. inside a chest that's in this tower here. We're gonna grab that. Grab that. Oh, it's a smithing stone. Doesn't matter. We got it. That's all we needed. And we can hear the howling. Right? That's all we needed. So we're going to mount back up on Torrent. And we're going to get the fuck out. We can go to the road. And we're going to go... to that grace there. Alright, from here. Reset anything if anything was following you. We're going to go to the Church of Ella. Alright. The Church of Ella, you're going to ask Kale.
Wait.
About...
Well, you're back.
Alright.
The howl of a wolf, I suppose. Next time you hear the wolf, don't fret. I just haven't eaten.
Finger snap.
There are if the mood take my people, which is why, with thanks to that, I think this makes your people. But perhaps you see that we have a sentiment, not your art. That is our call. Just the way we... Goodbye for now.
How many rooms do I have? Almost enough. Oh. Alright. Let's see. Got some tea in from my throat. Let's take a drink of some tea. That's good. Alright. So now we're going to go back. Let's put our gesture on. We want our finger snap. Alright. We're going to go back to full height. Oh, I should probably use more. It'll make some of this running around a lot faster. Alright, and then... so here... back to the ruins. Hear the howling. That's perfect. back here. Come around the back side. See that guy up there? We need to get him down. Use the finger snap. He jumps down.
Who goes there? Carly.
We just have a
The
little
name's
chat.
Bly. He fled somewhere. Come tell me. I can offer you.
And then
Darrow
just talk
and
to
in
him
need of-
until
Darrowell is nothing and in need of.
he
Darrowell is
says
and in
that
need of.
he's a traitor and he needs to die. That's what we want. Perfect. Alright, now we're gonna go do an Ever Jail. It's right here, right? There's a couple of things that we're gonna pick up along the way, but largely this is our destination. There's still a lot left to do in this part here. Not so much left to do here. For now, there's just this, so we're going to get to that in a second. But we want to get the weapon from this Ever Jail, and so we're going to make it a point to do that. So we're just going to go to the first step, and White Mask Vare, we're just going to go to that waypoint there. Alright, you see how it's dark? We don't want it to be dark. Unless we're fighting a night boss, we're just never going to have it dark. At least while we're in Limgrave. Well, we're just never going to have it be nighttime. We're just going to always have it be daytime. There's a few places where that doesn't matter. But largely it matters. So we're just going to make sure that it's always daytime. Unless we're fighting a specific night boss. And there's quite a few night bosses. So, you know, we're going to be nighttime. The reason why is because we don't want to fuck with the bats. Like, largely the bats are fine, right? Don't want to fall in there. Largely the bats are fine. It's not that they're hard. They're kind of annoying to deal with sometimes. And if you don't have to deal with them, then don't. That's the easiest reason why we don't play at nighttime. And there's still a few places like here. Daytime, nighttime, it doesn't matter. There's always bats, right? So there's always bats. So no matter what, you know, we're gonna have to deal with bats at some point, sometimes. But really, anytime that you fight anything that flies, you don't want to. Right? So anytime that you can just not fight a flying enemy, you want to avoid it. Which is largely that's why we don't play it. We just, it's not that we can't fight the bats, we just don't want to. Right? Largely bats are fine. They're just a flying enemy. Flying enemies are annoying. Flying enemies and dogs. Right, if you can avoid those, avoid them. Alright, we're gonna go talk to this guy in here. He's got a pretty cool quest chain. Again, though, like all quest chains, it doesn't end well for him. So if you want to help him out, the best thing you can do is to just not.
You do well to stay. And it's just so. Stay clear.
Alright, he's going to tell you about a dragon in the lake. Alright. And we're going to fight that dragon. We're going to fight that dragon here real soon. Alright, so this might be a little bit iffy. Right, fighting the crabs sucks. Right, we don't want to... Fighting crabs is not fun, especially at this low level. It's totally doable. But there's... So you want to watch out for that. It hurts. Also, there's dragonflies that'll want to join in. And they do a bubble thing that you also want to watch out for. But again, dragonflies are a flying enemy. So what do we do with flying enemies? We don't want to. Alright. So, you see that? See, that's the reason why we fought the crab. Now, there's another crab that's going to spawn as soon as we walk in the water. We want to move as fast as we can. Away. Right, you see how much trouble we had with one crab? We don't want to fight two. Alright. So now that we got that, we're just going to run. And we're just going to go back to the Grace. And we're going to reset. Right? We don't need to fuck around with any of that. We want to get our health back. We want to get our flask back from the last crab fight. So we're just going to go reset. Alright. Now, we're going to go fight Narwhal. It's not a hard fight. It's actually one of the easier ever jail fights. He's fast. So you're going to want to keep that in mind. But we're going to have help. In every other ever jail fight, you're going to be on your own from here on out. But this one, if you talked to the Wolfman, you can summon him in the fight. But we can't use our normal summons, right? And this is the only time there's going to be a gold summon in an ever jail. There's going to be no more. This is the last one. First, last, and only. Alright. So go into the Ever Jail. Right? And before you you see that blue in front there? So before you approach that, you've got time to apply all your buffs. And this happens in every Ever jail, right? So we could just sit right where we are forever. The boss ain't coming. Until you walk towards that blue fissure there. And you get out of the pit that you're in. Alright, so while you're standing right here, you got time. Now, so on the right here, there's a gold summon sign. We're going to use that. And we're going to summon Blade. Alright, once Blade's in, you want to summon him here for this fight?
Darrowell. Rotting in his cell is no
because it's part of his quest. Now,
no.
Whenever you use a gold summon, it increases the boss's hit points, right? So, no matter what boss it is, you use a gold summon, the boss hit points go up. If you use multiple gold summons, the boss hit points goes up for every gold summon that you use. But Blade, this is part of his quest, so we want to use his summon here, even though it's going to make the fight slightly more difficult for us. But Blade will balance that out. He can largely do the fight himself without any input from us. So let's go ahead and summon the boss. Right, so that's Darrowell there. He's fast, like I said, he's fast. And his sword there, the one that he's using, we want to. Alright, so we're not going to hit him until Blade gets some shots in. Once Blade gets some shots in, Darrowell's attention is going to be off us and on Blade. So now we're going to get more shots in. Get some shots from the back. Oh, got us. Wasn't paying attention, got a little bit overzealous, right? So you also want to pay attention because he swings that in a nice arc, right? And so we were just standing right in the path of where he was going to swing that weapon, and it got us. Now I was about to dodge that, use a healing potion because I realized I was getting my ass kicked. But I got overzealous, so that's on me, right? Now, here's my standard for having a problem with a boss. Alright, let me nourish the throat. Hold on a sec. I will say that a boss is giving me problems, or has given me problems, if it takes me more than 5 times to beat it. Right? So that's my standard. Now your standard may be higher, lower, or not at all, or it doesn't matter. But that's my standard for me. If it takes me more than 5 times to beat the boss,
rotting in a cell is no
giving me a
true
problem.
justice. No. This is where it ends for you.
So that's 1. Alright, so we're run away. Let Blade get in there. Alright, Blade's doing some damage. Alright, so let's do some work ourselves. Oh. Uh-oh. Blade's down. So we waited, I think we waited a little bit too long to get in there. Alright. Normally, Blade will heal himself. But he did not do that this time. There was a lot of pressure from Darrowell there. So that was death number 2 for anybody keeping track. Come on, summon.
Darrowell. Rotting in a cell is no true justice. No. This is where it ends for you.
Alright, let's get in here. Wade, what are you doing, buddy? Jesus. He just sat there for half the fight and did nothing. But we got it. That's what we wanted. We wanted the Bloodhound's Fang. So once we have, I think it's 17 decks, that weapon is going to carry us through until like the last boss. Alright, so go talk to him before you leave. Go talk to him.
Not to work for him. Say I'm not a man of...
Alright, he's going to give us that.
Oh, yes. If you venture north, tell him I said he'll be showed I owe you honor.
Alright.
That's in his time we parted. That's in his time we parted.
So we're done there. Before we leave, out the back here, is that body there. We're gonna go there. We need torrent to drop. So we're gonna get a torrent drop there. There's a bunch of these. Now, if you just want a Zug Zug stick, excuse me. Normally I turn the mic off, but I'm a little bit busy. Alright, so if you just, what was I saying? If you want a Zug Zug stick, this is your first Zug Zug stick. This is the first Zug Zug stick that you're going to come across right here. You got your Zug Zug stick. Alright. It says we can't use it, it's 22 strength, but we can just equip it with both hands, right? And now you got yourself a Zug Zug stick. And it's a Zug Zug stick. I don't know what more you want. It's a big stick and you hit shit with it really hard. It works really well. At this stage of the game, if you pick the Vagabond, you have to wield it with two hands. With those Zug Zug type weapons, you're going to be wielding it with two hands regardless. So, that's not that big of an issue. Alright. So now we're going to do the second step in Box Quest. Right? So we're going to go back to White Mask Vare. And you might be thinking to yourself, Tanner, what about that guy that's right there in the field? Well, that dude right there that's in the field, he a asshole. So we're gonna ignore him for now. We don't need to go play with that guy. He doesn't like to play nice. Oh shit, actually, wait, hold on. We need something first. Okay, so before we do that, you need to be able to see in the dark. Right? So we're gonna come. That's what she said. What's the best way to get? So there's a couple of places where we can get what we're trying to get. And I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to get there. What's the best one to go to? Hold on. So the thing is, largely, so there's 2 of those vendors that sell this item. One is easier to get to than the other. But the other one, the one we're going to now, that will also, on the way there, we'll be able to open up another map fragment, which largely will be more useful in the long run. So I think we're going to go to that one first. Right? So we got a nice little bit of a run first to get there. Oh, we never got our grace. Here, let's get our grace. Alright. Oh, yeah. We also get a mace. And there's a couple of early game dungeons where mace is going to be really useful. Alright, just run through here. Keep running, running, running. Running, running, running. Grab that if you can. Grab that if you can. Definitely grab that. Stone sword key. Those are very useful. Running, running, running. Alright, and then pick this up. Once you get here, use that. Reset. Perfect. Now, there's going to be a lot more running. Alright, so Irina here, we're going to want to talk to her later. We could talk to her now. But we don't need to talk to her now, so we're just going to talk to her later. Alright, so the mace we want is up here. That troll, largely, is just going to ignore us. Unless we go over there and we talk with him, he's going to ignore us. Grab that mace, get back up on your torrent, and just run. We're going to want to get this one here, though. I always miss these. I always miss them. Either I'm too far, too close, or he's already ran away. There's no hope for me. Alright, so we're going to pick this up here. So we're going to go get a map fragment and another golden seed. Don't worry, I didn't forget. We still need to go talk to Kenneth. Right? We're on it. We're going to pick up... Alright, so he's already blown his load. So now we can... now we can go. Blown his load. That up. Alright. All ass. Now, you know what? We're going to go talk to Kenneth after we do this before we start doing some dungeons. Largely, Fort Height is relatively easy, so we can just knock that out and do that quest real quick. It's not going to be that big of a deal. But what we're coming here for, and so we could have come here just a little bit later. But what we're coming here for is to Get something that will let us see in the dark. Alright, that's going to be very important for a couple of these early dungeons to have. And I cannot, I repeat, I cannot stress it enough how important this item is. Like, this will literally be the difference between you living and dying in these dungeons. And okay, you could use a torch. You could use a torch. So maybe a little bit hyperbolic there, but only a little. Like, a torch is good, but it takes up a shield slot or your hand, right? And since we are currently double fisting this sword, we definitely want to have our hands free. So and then in other dungeons here, we're going to want to be using a shield. And that Morning Star is going to be very important for those dungeons. And I'll tell you where they are. Right? It won't be too hard to figure out. Alright. So we're going to do this. Let's talk to Melina.
Spoken, shall I share them? In Mara, then return, grow strong.
Alright. How many? Let's count our graces, because when we get 10 graces, she's going to take us to Round Table Home. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, so she should be taking us to Round Table Home. Alright, so we're going to come out this way. Now, one of the best guides to Elden Ring is done by Fighting Cowboy. Now, I love his guides. Super great. Really awesome. Really helpful. But he missed something. He missed a couple of things. So the first thing he missed is that Fever Cookbook 1. He never got it. Second thing he missed is this. Divine Fortification. He missed that. But we're going to get it. Not a big thing. Divine Fortification is not required for achievement. It's not required for any builds, for buffs. He wasn't using it in the walkthrough for anything. Like, it wasn't like, oh man, I wish I had this spell, but I don't know where it is. No, he, you know, probably overlooked it because it wasn't something that he needed. But there it is in case you want it, you got it. So we're going to put this other sacred tier. We're not going to use that grace just yet because she might take us to Round Table Home, and we want to go there. But not right now. Not this very second. We want to go there in about 10 seconds. I am tempted to bring this guy down, but we're gonna leave him up for now. Largely, I don't bring down mausoleums until I know. You know what? No, fuck it. Let's just bring it down. Normally I'd say I wouldn't do it until I wanted to use it.
It's been
But we're going to bring it down. Alright, so we're going to purchase this here. This is the most useful item in the game. We're gonna pick that up.
Have a safe journey.
Alright, we're going to immediately hotkey it up. Alright, where are you? Alright. So we're going to go bring this down. Once you bring this down, you reload the area. All of the mausoleum guards will disappear. And if they don't disappear, they won't respawn when you kill them. So if you're trying to farm all the armors, you won't be able to farm the mausoleum soldier armor if you've knocked out all the mausoleums. So that's something to keep in mind. These things will kill you if they step on you. So try not to let them step on you. Like, it's not one step. Not hardly anywhere near max level or anywhere near 60 vitality where you need to be at. But it did happen. But once you knock off enough of these little skull things here, the mausoleum will stop moving around. It's usually when you hit about two legs worth of the skulls off. Now, run away. You want to get out of that zone of and you see, those mausoleum guards, they just vanished. Alright, but when it comes down, it has this little zone of whatever, dust. The dust cloud. If you're in that, you get pushed. The closer you are to the mausoleum, the more damage you do. So when the mausoleum starts to come down, you just want to run. Alright, so we're going to open it up, come inside. We're going to go to your map. You're going to see where you're at now. Place a marker. I usually use this chest here marker for the mausoleums. Alright. But we got everything that we need from here. And so we're going to go back to White Mass 1. We're going to change up our Ash of War here. We want Storm Stop. We're going to set that quality. Make sure we got both hands. We're still double fisting. Alright. Let's go spend our runes. Actually, hold on. We're going to hold off on that. We don't need to spend them now. We're not doing anything yet. So largely, you don't really need to spend your runes. There are a few areas where you're going to want to spend your runes, like, consistently. But really, when you're just out and about, it doesn't matter. So the reason we got Storm Stomp is so we got a little bit of AoE, because there's an invisible mob here, and we don't want to fuck around with it. We just want to go. And so we got our Ashes of War stamp suite. And that was really lucky for us. Now you might not be that lucky when you come down here. But we just got lucky that we were in the right place at the right time as it was coming around in its path. But what you want to do, right? I wish I could show you. There's a couple other ones I'll show you when we get there. I won't just obliterate it, right? So this guy here, he runs around that pillar, this pillar, and that pillar in a circle. And you can see the little feet on the ground. So we got here right it was coming up, and right when it was at the edge of our stomp, when we were able to hit it when we dismounted. Right, so it was immediate. That's probably not going to happen for you, but you know, if you get here and you can see his footsteps all the way over there, just wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait, and then go, right? And then you're good. It's too easy, right? Just get it. It's too easy. And then once you're done with that, come back here. You can farm these octopi for a 0.1% drop rate if you have, was it 100 arcane for a helmet. It's an octopus head helmet. You can wear that. You can spend your time doing that if you really want to. If you really want to. If you really want to run around with an octopus on your head, you can do that. I don't know why you would, but if you want to, you can. All right, so you see how it's pitch black in here and you can't see shit? Right? That's why we got the lantern. And there's our boy Bob. So, we're gonna hit this, because I always hit these in the base game. Once I'm done with the base game, we help people out with their dungeons. Right? So you're gonna talk to Bach. He's gonna tell you that he got jumped and that you should run away, or else everybody in here is gonna beat you up. But they're not gonna beat us up because we're awesome. All right. And now here, look. If we didn't have a lantern, this is what we would be seeing right now. Right? We can't see shit. But since we have a lantern, right, we can turn it on. Now we can see. Now we can see. Now we can fight. Right? So that's really important. If you can't see, you can't fight. And if you can't fight, you die. Right? So you definitely want that lantern. It's really important for these first few low-level dungeons. And that's going to make your life so much more convenient. And there's a few other later dungeons where a lantern is also useful. But mostly, it's like lower level dungeons. And there's no real reason for that, right? It's because that these lower level dungeons are mostly caves. Now, you remember what I said about boss doors, right? This dungeon here, for some reason, it doesn't have a boss door. On the other side of here is a boss, right? Right here, there's a gold summon sign. We're gonna summon this guy. We don't need to, but we're going to. So Old Knight Estevan is going to come and help us out. We don't need him to. He's actually going to give the boss more hit points. It's going to be harder to take down. But largely, we don't care about that. Right? We don't get more runes for it either. Right? So we're just making it harder on ourselves for no reason. Right? Come on, dude. You're in the way. Get the fuck out of my way. We got our wolves. We're gonna summon our wolves. Alright? And we want to kill these two here. There's two bosses here. They're the chieftains. Alright? We want to kill one and then kill the other. And despite their size, they're actually very fast. So you don't want to fuck around with them for too long. Smoke this one, kill one, run away. Alright. We want our wolves to be attacking them. And not these little ads. Right? So focus the ads down, hold my Esteban. Can largely hold him. And now that the ads are done, we can focus back on this demi-human chief and demi-human chief. Alright? We get our tailoring tools and a sewing needle. Right? So once you got the sewing needle, we're gonna go back to Bach. We're not done. There's a couple of things we have left to do. But we want to give the sewing needle to Bach before we forget. We don't want to have to come back here again if we don't have to. So we're just going to go talk to Bach. You also don't want to teleport back to Bach, because that will reset all the enemies that you just killed, except for the bosses. And you'll have to fight through them again in order to get to the next part of the dungeon. But we're not done with the dungeon. You're going to give him that sewing needle.
You got it back.
That's his mom's sewing needle. So just give it back to him. We don't need it for anything. We don't need it. But he likes it.
What, my mum? And that's so I always
part of his quest, so he can have it. Like I said, we don't.
You're very. I always want.
We don't need it.
Very. I always want.
There's nothing that we need it for. We're not missing out by giving it to him. As a matter of fact, we're missing it out. We're missing out if we don't give it to him. Drop down there. So we're gonna go back into the boss room, and then we're gonna go out the back. All right. There's a couple of more enemies here. All right, up we go. Up we go. And then here. Mount toward if you want. Alright, we're gonna go here. Grab this. Statue of Dragon Communion. This is where you take your dragon hearts. You don't have any yet. We're gonna leave that. We're gonna go out the back. Right here by this tree. Penguins. We'll drop down. So this is Somber Stone 1. Alright, now we can teleport. And we're going to go... let's go here. Seaside Ruins. And we're gonna make a drop. Now you can pick your way down and you know, you can pick your way down, drop down there, drop down, drop down, drop down, or you can just do this. Jump right here, you hit that, boom, you're down. Now this guy here is probably going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass. But he drops a weapon art first. And so we want to smack him. It's a shitty weapon art, but it's still a weapon art if you're into collecting those things. Also, you may have noticed at the very start of the game, there's a piece of loot that we didn't get. We're gonna get it now. This is how you get it. See out that door? That's how you get out of the knowledge cave. This is the knowledge cave. Alright. We don't need to be here for anything else. We can teleport out. There is a merchant here. But he doesn't sell anything that we need right now. I think he's got some cookbooks. We'll come back for those later. Some gear. We'll come back for those later. Not any gear that we need. Just, you know, if you're a collector, he's got some gear for you to pick up if you ever have any spare runes. We want to go here, and I'm going to take a few minutes break. I need to make myself some more tea. My throat is killing me. Alright, so, what I say about it being nighttime, we don't play at nighttime unless there's a nighttime boss. So, I'm going to rest until morning. We're back with our tea. It's morning time. Alright, so we're going to go into another cave. We're not gonna bother mounting up. It's literally right here, and we're gonna kill these dudes on the way, so it doesn't matter. So that guy's down. Let's go kill this guy. Let's kill this guy. And then let's kill this guy. Alright, so that's done. Alright, this is another spot where we're gonna need our lantern. It doesn't look like it until you get down there. And then here's our summoning pool statue. Let's rest at the side of grace. Get our lantern. And so this dungeon kind of sucks because it's full of wolves. And wolves are dogs. And what did I say? One of the most dangerous enemies in all of Elden Rings. So this is going to be a right pain in the ass. We're almost done with the dogs. Pick up our cracked pot. Alright. So the dogs are done. And this is going to be probably... oh no, there's still one more dog. This is going to probably be the hardest fight that we've had to do up to this point. Alright, as you can see, there's no gold summons here. So we've got no gold summons. We also don't have any buff food. I still haven't made my physics flask because I'm an idiot. So we're going to go ahead and go through the mist. Once we get through the mist, we're going to summon our dogs. And we got to fight the beastmen of Fairless. Now this guy's got a lot of powerful attacks. I don't think he's going to be able to get it down. I think our dogs are just going to keep him stunned the whole time. And that's actually good. Alright. So I did not think that my dogs would corner him like that. But they did. And we got lucky. Alright. So now we're done with that. That went by a lot faster than I thought it would. So we're going to go back to the Church of Ella. So there's a dungeon here that we're going to go to. Alright, so we're going to go to the Church of Ella, and then we're just going to go around the corner by the turtles. Alright, we want to spend our runes. We haven't been spending our runes, but we're going to spend our runes. So we're going to level up. Alright, we're going to take that to 17. We actually now have enough dexterity to use our Bloodhound Fang. Alright, but we're not. I mean, we are, but we're not. Alright, so we're going to use that, and then we're going to want our shield. Alright, for this next dungeon, this is what we're going to go with. Alright, we're going to try to modify our kit to the dungeon that we're going to be doing. Right, so that's how we're going to be successful. And so this next dungeon that we're going to be going through is full of little minion guys that are very weak to bludgeoning damage, and so's the boss. Alright, so hammers and maces, they're going to do really well here. That beat stick that you got earlier, that is also going to do really well here. But you're going to want your shield, right? There's going to be a lot of stuff that we need to block. And so having the ability to use your shield, that's going to make this a lot easier. Alright, we might need a bow. We might actually be in a little bit of trouble. Alright, see those little guys up there? They throw stuff. They also like to ambush you from out the sides. So yeah, so you're gonna let him throw, get close, you let him bounce off the shield, and then we're gonna do shield counter. Right, so this dungeon's is gonna be all about shield counters, and that's gonna make our life going through here really easy. All right, so we want to go through that door. It's closed. So that statue right there, that opens up the door. That guy's gonna drop down. We're lucky. This guy will. He doesn't always drop down. If he doesn't drop down, we just gotta fight him a little bit later. And it's not a problem. But we have a problem. Alright, we need a bow. We don't have a bow. Instead, we're just gonna run. Shit. We need a bow. I totally forgot that we would need a bow. Well, we don't have any runes to lose, so that's fine. Because we lost like 200. That's pointless for us right now. Side. Okay. So we're gonna go to the coastal cave, and we're gonna go out of the coastal cave. I need to know how much a bow is. I think this guy here sells about.
What do you need? I don't want any...
He does. 600. Alright, so we got some rune items. We got a bunch of these, so we're just gonna sell them 3 of these. They'll give me 600 points.
Done? Well, be on your way then.
Thanks, buddy. Alright, now let's go back here. I knew one of these you would need a bow, I just didn't realize it was going to be this one. Alright, what is my weight with that bow equipped? Heavy load? Alright, medium load without mount. Wait, what? Are these the only arrows that I have? I've got 2. Don't have any arrows. Useless. Alright, Church of Ella. Homie here has arrows.
Wait. Well, you're back. Ah, wonderful. He's boorish.
Sold a couple of those.
Goodbye.
Right.
Nice.
Now we can go back in here. But since we died, everything that we were fighting in here has now respawned. So we gotta go back and kill it. You don't want to let them hit you too much because they do build up bleed. But largely, it's not an issue. Alright, he's not going to come down this time. Alright, that should be down. Alright, once these are down, you want to be careful that you don't hit them again. Because if you hit them again, they'll start with their they'll start with their fire. Once these guys are down, I knew there was one more. Thought he was up there. It's up there. Alright, so they're down. We're gonna go up here. Alright, there's one right around the corner here. Check him out. This one right here. Check him out. Sometimes they like to camouflage these behind corners where you can't see them, like behind you, like up here, but behind that. So even if you were looking at it while you were walking through, you wouldn't be able to see them. They drop down, they backstab you. So I thought that was what happened there. There's the guy there at the end of the hall. It's all good. So we got those ashes. Alright, and then now I'm gonna drop down. You hear that guy? He's still there having a fit. So we drop down. Where'd he go? Oh, did he finally drop down? Yeah, he finally dropped down. Oh, we're up here. He went down there. Goofy. Alright, we're gonna pull this lever. Now this always messes me up. You gotta make sure you clear that, because if you don't clear that, you can't actually interact with anything. It's annoying. Yeah, he finally dropped down. Asshole. Tried to get you to drop down before. What happened? Alright, but since we hit that lever, that door is open. But that door stays open. So we're gonna go rest up at the Grace. And after we rest up at the Grace and refresh our potions and our health and stuff, then we're gonna go fight the boss. Let me take a little drink of my tea here. Soothing for the throat. Alright. So now we're done with that. Alright, we can come through and fight the boss. Now this is a watchdog. And these are super annoying fights. So we get in, we're gonna summon. In this fight, actually, largely, these dogs are kind of useless. And I say largely because the AoE. But they're still getting some work done. They're allowing me to be a little bit more reckless than I normally could be. But yeah, so the AoE really fucks up my dogs. But, you know, we got it down. Alright, and now that we're done with that. So now... You know what I realized? I realized we still never went and dealt with Kenneth. Alright, so let's go to Fort Height West, which we're going to do now anyway. There's a couple dungeons we have left to do. But we want to do this first. Alright. So we got our 18 strength, 18 dex. So now we're going to be working on our vigor until it gets to 25. And after that, we're going to start working on our endurance. Okay, so we're fat rolling with this. Hold on. Why are we fat rolling? Jesus. let's pick this up. You want this guy to come down here, and she's not. Well, this guy is. Which is also true. Alright, and then... Yep. Okay. They throw fire in here. So anytime that you can be away from where they can hit you with fire, the better. Alright. And those barrels explode. So if they do throw fire at you, you don't want to be anywhere near those barrels. Or you want to make sure the barrels are like that. Get in my way, guys. Oh, didn't need the second one. Didn't need that one either. Such a waste. Alright. Alright, we can use a summon, but I'm waiting until we get up here to use it. Oh shit. The problem is once you use the summon, while you're in the animation, you're stuck there. Alright, so he's down. And we don't need the dogs anymore. We just needed them for him. But since he's down, we don't have anything else. We're gonna go up here, and we need to open this chest, and we need to get our lift piece. So deck this lift, and that's how we're gonna get to higher level areas of the game. All right. Now, we don't have to walk anywhere. Everything here is already done. Wait, hold on. This, I think we're done with. I don't think that you can get over it. So now we can teleport over to here. And we're gonna go talk to this guy. Good old Kenneth Hite.
Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Hite, servant to the...
Well, that's... No,
despite it, you might have untarnished. I want you to take a night Trimbaka? A fine word. I doubt that. Now, go on. Right, much. What's that look? Well, and even the which is why just you.
Now you could have come talk to him before.
What say you?
You were supposed to talk to him before you went to this fort,
I see.
but it doesn't matter.
Right, much to.
So now that part's done. We got to go back here. Go back in. And you might be saying, you might be thinking to yourself, if you watch the other stream, you're like, Tannen, you had Hoarfrost Stomp and the Guts Sword. And you said that we would get everything that you had in the other video by the time you ended this video, and you're not using those yet. It's like, you're right. 100% correct. You don't need them. Getting Hoarfrost Stomp this early is not that difficult. We can go and do it. We can go and do that right now. Shall we? After we're done talking to Ken. There's a lot of stuff that you need to do to get there. But it's not that bad, right? Like, getting there is not a problem. It's actually really easy.
I suppose one must be true. But I haven't the great good now for a true.
The Gut Sword.
I must begin for a true.
Is a little bit more difficult.
I must begin my for a true.
All right, so he's done. All right. So you want Hoarfrost Stomp? You want the Gut Sword? We might actually die getting the Gut Sword. You get the Gut Sword from over here. We can't even use the Gut Sword, I don't think. I think we would need 20 strength in order to use the Gut Sword.
Another fool, but with a How would you like? If you're inclined, then I'll introduce. I have a matter in the beast hymn. What say you? Very well. I've marked the loop. It will lead you.
Alright. We can get that introduction quest. You get that introduction quest, you can get it here. But you can also get it at the Round Table Hold. Alright, so let's go, let's grab these cookbooks here. Now, if you exit out the front of this church, you get put in a fight. We're not gonna get that. Actually, no, I think it doesn't matter. We can get it. The reason why I said we weren't gonna get that is I'm not exactly sure what triggers the Round Table Hold. I always thought, oh shit. Oh, it's the fight now. Oh shit, I was too close. Shit, I was too close to the entrance. So if you go out the entrance, or if you get too close to the entrance, evidently, it triggers her. And now my runes are there, so now we have to fight her. Which, we can probably beat her, actually. Oh, is she not going to trigger again? We can trigger her later. Oh, she does trigger. Stance broke us. I would not suggest fighting her at this low level, but I think we can beat her. We can win. Now, how you avoid this, right? We can run away, and she'll despawn, right? But if you don't want to deal with this in the first place, you go out the side, and you run way far away to the edge, and not close to the church entrance like I did last time. But it doesn't matter. We took her out. It doesn't matter that we took her out here. You have to fight her 3 times. Or is it 4 times? It's not that big of a deal. Alright, we got that. So, if your beat stick just isn't doing it for you, and you need something a little bit bigger, we're gonna go get the gut sword. I want to spend my runes, as many as I can, because we're gonna die. Oh, here we go.
Forgive me.
Yeah, she's gonna take us to
determine if you had. It seems torrent, whereas I'm there is, but I can take.
She's gonna take us to Round Table Hold now.
Very
so we'll go now.
Let my hand.
So this is why I didn't want to do it. So I think it's as soon as you get. It used to be 10 graces, but I guess now it's a grace that's outside of Limgrave. I don't know. But we can just immediately leave. And we can go back here. Alright, and then we're gonna... we want to... There we go. Up our vigor. So we got a couple more hit points. Alright, we gotta ride like the Dickens. None of this stuff here is good for us. It's all bad. Alright, you see this glowing beetle here? He's got something for us. But we need to just ignore that. We're going right here. Open this up. We just want to spam Y. Pick that up. Now get out. And run, 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 run. Alright, so now you got the gut sword. Right? And we can't even use it. I don't think we got the strength. We're gonna double check that once we get up here to this grace and we've reset everything. And so we're gonna check that. Alright, well first of all it puts us at a heavy load. Requires 31 First of all it puts us at a heavy load. So we could two hands. We're in a heavy load, so we're gonna have to take that off. And so this is us now. If we wanted to use the gut sword, we could. We would just look like this, which is fine, right? Armor is mostly decorative. It's still telling me that I don't have requirements, even though I got it two-handed. I'm pretty sure that's not right. 18 and 8. Oh, okay, wait, no. It's half. Okay, so, and we got 31. So, we would need 9 and 18, so 27 is 4 short. So, we would need 22. 22 strength. So we need to get to 22 strength before we can use the gut sword. All right. And now Hoarfrost Stomp. If you want Hoarfrost Stomp, let's go get Hoarfrost Stomp. Actually, Hoarfrost Stomp would be good for us with our other sword. So it's not a total waste. It is it is unnecessary if you haven't been able to tell. It's entirely unnecessary, but it's not going to be a waste of time. Oh, I forgot something, but we can get it on the way back. It's not that big of a deal. God damn it. And then this guy here's got... weapon arc for shields, storm wall, carrying arrows. So we're just going to run through here. And this will lead us to the second zone. game. Largely, we don't want to be here now. It's not that big of a problem, but I mean, to be honest, like, we're not gonna be doing dungeons or anything in here, because we'll just get messed up. So we're just gonna grab, you know, that grace there. There's a couple graces we're gonna get. We're gonna grab this. Remember, you see that shrine? That means there's a map fragment, so we're gonna pick that up. So we're just, there's a lot of stuff that we can get here now. I mean, there's a lot. It's all useful stuff. But largely, we're just making a beeline to Hoarfrost Stomp, and we're not gonna pick up any of the other stuff. Now, we're gonna get all that stuff later. When we're supposed to be here. But, like, there's a lot of stuff that you can just run around and grab at the very start of the game. Like this guy here, he also sells the lantern. So when I was like, oh, I don't know which merchant we should go to get that. This is what I was talking about. This is the other one. But, you know, we got it from the other guy. It's fine. You only need to buy one. You buy two, you can't use both. Getting this map fragment kind of sucks. The trick is to not get hit by them. You just want to lead them away from the map fragment thing, and then circle back around on your horse and pick it up. If you're unlucky, they'll stun your horse and you, and then they'll kill you. But like I said, largely, we don't want to be hanging around here. Here, so reset all the hostile stuff. Right, let all that stuff float away. Up over here, there's another map fragment. Run on the sign here. That up. Get down. Take this. All right. You know that up there area that I was talking about? This is it here. Pick up that map. That. There's a lot of stuff over there. So you're going to go around the side here to the right. You can also go to the left if you decide that you want to lean to the left. You can go around the left. Around here, we lean to the right. So we're going to go to the right. Let's just go out this way. Largely, that should be fine. Alright, when you get to the weird finger crone lady, you want to jump out. Double jump. Double jump. And then before you hit the ground, jump. Pick up your seed. Now there's a lot of loot around here that we can pick up. That's really cool. And really useful. But that. Leave that there. We're almost there. Another map fragment here. Alright, since we're here, we need to go to Round Table Hold now. Alright, there's Dario. He's got a quest. Oh, we might have fucked that up. He's already out. Well, that sucks. Alright, we'll talk to everybody else that's here.
Oh, welcome to the I teach and explore so that one ensuring. By the way, you do. Most
He's gonna
times
ask you
you
some
are.
grace, say you do.
May the golden orb.
Ah, you haven't gone to... Well, just as long as...
Greeting, my name isn't this the round table? I never knew, although I'm still looking.
We'll talk to her a couple more times.
Oh, I can't do very well. It is sick. I love you, the housekeeper. Remember you. There's no...
So I'm still looking.
We'll talk to this guy.
You're a youth, no matter how you're... The girl you... She's crazy. She has it. I saw in her eye. That's even nothing special. I'm trapped. That's all there is. No, well, no great. My big. Besides, despite my decides here.
Can't strengthen that yet, but we will in a bit. Here.
It's all a bit. I'm still looking. You're telling? I don't believe. If I do, I suppose I'll ask. Certainly, I know I can tell. If I do, I suppose I'll ask Matt. I suppose I'll ask Matt.
Alright, so we'll go back to this guy.
Back already, no matter. The girl. Are you a food step, sir? I refuse. I don't
she wants. Don't think you can.
If I do, I suppose I'll ask Matt.
We'll go in here.
Greeting. I am great chap. Perhaps you doing so. And you, do you think it where I come from? Ah, my thanks.
She wants to give you a
great
hug.
Champion.
Evidently, hugs are taboo.
You are very warm.
We're gonna get the
What you
blessing.
felt like, though it is come back, I will take.
And I'm going to take a little pee break. I suggest you take a pee break too. We'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, let's do a little bit of water. Make sure you're drinking water. You want to stay properly hydrated. It's important to stay properly hydrated when you're playing games. That way you can think right. Now, you can use, if you don't like the way your character looks, you can use this mirror and you can change how your character looks. Alright. I'm pretty sure that's everybody that we can talk to right now. Maybe we can talk to this guy. He tells you to kind of fuck off. We get an emote for it. And then you can give her bell bearings. And yeah. We don't have any bell bearings yet. We're gonna get some though. Alright, now we can go back. Once we get into Limgrave, homie takes off. And he's now. See that red square? Means our health is down. And so we're going to want to take care of that. But we're not going to do that right in a second. But right now we're going to go look for Dario. He's right around here. Forget exactly where he is. But he's right around here to kind of tell. So we're gonna grab that. Daria, where are you? You emo ass motherfucker, where you at? Oh, he's around here somewhere. It's been a minute since I played Elden Ring. There he is.
Who knew? The whereabouts. They laid the tale idea. They laid hands the tale of house idea. They the tale I.
I'm gonna call him Daria. Well, doesn't matter. There's a couple pieces of loot we're gonna grab while we're here because we're here. One's this leaf. Chest. Don't get it confused. These guys are actually no joke. Alright, there's that. Not done. We're almost done, but we're not quite done. That. Still not done. think it's here. Yeah, it's here. You don't want to get off of Torrent here this early in the game. You just want to stay on Torrent. Run past that. Up in here, one of these alcoves here. I think it's near to the top. Got another stone sword key. I think that's it. That's it. We're gonna follow this. There's a grace up here. I'm gonna grab that grace. Oh, I thought I picked up that map fragment. Did we not pick up that map fragment? I thought I grabbed that. Am I just talking? Am I just... I thought I grabbed that. I guess not. Alright, well, we got it. Alright, and then we want to go here. Over in here, I don't remember exactly where, but in here, there's the axe that comes with Hoarfrost on it. It's a one-handed axe, so it doesn't do us any good. But what we want to do right now is go to that. This. And we're going to pick up this map back here. And then here behind this tree, there is... we just do this. Alright, and you're just going to want to run through here. Alright, and then we're going to talk to this guy.
Well, I presume you... Oh, pardon. I am an old so perhaps. Oh, when I'm up, if you come to I am, you don't know. Brave is territory. When the rain after Levicarians, I conjure that is why, unless you wish. Live, quite a rare, perhaps, at any rate. I've of the engine, whatever you...
Alright, so that's all we can say for now. Now you don't want to get off torrent at all. You want to stay as close to the edge as you can. For as long as you can. And now you want to go. Touch this, Grace. Don't go in there yet. Right, same thing here. You want to stay as close to the side as possible. Until we get to this lake here. Alright, this guy here is invisible. And now we got Hoarfrost up. Alright. So now we're all caught up, right? Yep. We got everything that I said that we would get. We got Gut Sword. We got Hoarfrost Stomp. But you can't use Guts' sword. Alright, we're gonna jump off the side of this cliff here into that jet stream there. To get over. Dodge the octopi. Right, come in the cave. That's what she said. And turn on the lantern. I need some more water. All right. Actually, here. We are gonna need a bow. We're gonna need a bow for a couple of things in here. Most notably, the bats. Alright, and so you're gonna drop. 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 And then drop. Alright, let's kill these guys. And we would be using the Bloodhound Fang, but we don't have the weight available to use the Bloodhound Fang and a bow for the bats. So we're going to use the Lore Sworn Great Sword for the time being, and then we'll go back to the drop down here. And on the other side. Drop. 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 All right, and then up here. Do not drop down. There's a bunch of wolves down there. So we're gonna take the wolves from the front. See again. We're needing to use our lantern. Such a pain. Fire grease. Alright. Now, here's where the bats are. There's one over here. Oh well. That's gonna make jumping down there a little bit little bit extra. But, you know, it is what it is. When we gotta deal with a little bit extra, then we gotta deal with a little bit extra. I hate doing attacks. I really hate bats. Next to dogs, bats are the most annoying. Not necessarily the hardest. They're just the most annoying. Alright. Well, we might die here. Just because I'm bad at jumping. Bats. I think that's all the bats. And this is where we might die. I'm bad at this. All right, there's a big octopus up here. Big octopus is kind of annoying. If you can stance break, crits. It's not that bad. Alright. And there's the boss door. Alright, so we're gonna use the skeletal militia. So these guys, skeleton rules apply to these guys as well, right? So unless they get double tapped, they'll just keep getting back up to get back into the fight. the entrance. We want to travel to the cave. Well, we don't have to travel to the cave. Okay. Now. We want to go to War Master's shack. And since we've been staying properly hydrated, actually I'm probably a little bit overhydrated. Another break. We don't want it to be nighttime. We want it to be daytime, and I'll be right back. We're going up here to the Coliseum. How much are these? Let's do this. Just bigger. Since we got that buff, I'm gonna use that. And then once we die, and oh, we don't need to die, it's gone now. Well, that's fine. I guess they must have made a patch. But we're going to get invaded here. This isn't a player invasion, it's an NPC invasion. This guy's pretty easy. He's got that massive beef stick though, so be careful of that. Watch out for that. But you get the hammer talisman and he's done. He doesn't invade you more than once. He only invades you once. It's just Anastasia that invades you more than once. Okay, so that's done. Let me try to remember. everything. So I think here. So this one we need a one-handed sword and a shield. And the one-handed sword needs to be a sacred one. So this is the Death Touch Catacombs. There's going to be some skeletons in here, plus little stone cat things. So it's going to be super, super duper annoying. And like all other catacombs, you got to open that door. I wonder if I touch the summoning pool with the... Not only do we have skeletons in this one, but we also have the or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Now, if you go through here now, and you've been through this dungeon before, and you know that there's stuff on this ledge that's gonna kill you. You're like, oh, we're gonna fix that. That's not gonna be a problem when I go down there. You're wrong. See? Look. I never touched this guy. He just took forever to come to life, I guess. I still think that they come back when you go downstairs. So I've cleared them out before. They've come back. Now that was on PlayStation. So maybe it's different than on PC. But I don't know. We'll find out. All these guys. Well, maybe I was wrong. I don't think I am. But maybe I was wrong. Alright, here's the lever for the door. Remember to clear that message. Well, we didn't need the shield after all. That's my bad. But we're not going to use this sacred blade for the boss fight. And we're going to use the skeletal warriors here on this one too. Alright, no gold summon. Got that done. Get our root resin. Get our death root. Alright, and then we're gonna go out. Let's see. Let me think. Okay, there's a couple of things that we still have left. We have these ruins here. These ruins here. There's no boss here. So let's see. Let's do these ruins. These ruins here with a boss. There's a dungeon back here. There's a dungeon here. There's a boss here. Artist painting here. Let's see. A couple of things to get here. A couple of things to get here. Something to get here. Some stuff back here. This ever jelly we have to save till later. Then we have this here. Then we have the dragon here. So, how do we want to do that? Well, I think we go here, 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 here. here, here. Then we'll come down here. Do this. Grab that. Come back down. Kill this guy. Do this dungeon. Do this dungeon here. And then come up. We'll go here. We'll go here. We'll go here. So there's a bridge there. Grab that. And then we'll come down here, kill the dragon, and do this. Then after all that's done, we'll come back and do that. So we should be able to do that. Alright. Okay. Dodge the wolves. So we gotta go up there and get that. We gotta go over here and kill this knight. We're gonna kill this knight first. That. And yes, I 100% knew that that drop wouldn't kill me. I've made that drop 8 times now. This is my 8th time. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I have no life, and I have beat this game 8 times. This will be number 9. There's something. So we gotta drop that. How we're gonna do that? So you know that military camp that I said that we would skip, we would do later? Well, now it's later. So we're gonna come in from the top. And we're going to do that because there's a piece of loot right there. We want that. So now that we're here, the only way to get out of here is to fight. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Here. Kill this guy. Summon our ashes. Mana potion. There's still a couple more dudes. And a dog. There's 2 more dogs. There's this dog here, and then there's a dog on the side. There's 2 guys there. So there's those 2 guys there, and there's that dog. Alright. So that's done. Alright. So there's that. Let's go up here to there. We're just picking up a couple of random... Oh shit, we fucked up. It's fine. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna go there. 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 Last but not least. Now that'll remind me where everything is. That's still not everything. There's that. There's a couple. There's a Viking camp. Is it a Caden camp that we still haven't done? Artist painting. That golden seed now. So once she moves to Stormvale, she leaves a golden seed. So we want to come back to the shack and pick that up whenever you have time. There's no time limit on that, it just stays there. Get it. So let's drop up there. First thing we want is we want to go all the way to the back. These jellyfish are red, which means they're hostile. We can still get by. Alright, so that's done. Let's go over here. So we got a little bit of a field boss here. Let's go. legs, they go vulnerable, and then you hit him with the crit, and then it dies. Super easy. That up. Now, let's go to the Death Touch Catacombs, because that's close to the level where we need to be to get our little trinket. There's a trinket over here we're going to go pick up. I wanted to pick up before, but... Oh, shit. I'm sorry. These guys here are guarding a little root item if you want that. Guys that use the crossbow, they drop the crossbow. So if you want to farm those guys, crossbow, you can. Alright. Got a dagger. That's very important. It's a very important piece of kit. And I'm not being facetious. That's not a joke. We're gonna need a dagger. And a buckler. We don't get a buckler. Alright, we're gonna pick this up. This dude right here comes to life. Just like that. Alright. So we gotta go back to Stormvale Shack. Stormhill Shack. And I need to pick up what I got. Before I do that, spend the roots. Alright, so we got 20 vigor. Doing good on the hit points. Alright, what else do we gotta do while we're here? So we're gonna come here. We're gonna go here. And then we're gonna go. Oh, no, it's over here somewhere. I don't know exactly where, but I'll know where when we get there, but I don't know where. Right, does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Alright, so why do we come back here? We gotta get our star shard. It's the starlight shard. So wherever you see this, there's a starlight shard. So you want to go pick that up. You use that, it regenerates mana for a period of time. Was it like 10 seconds, 20 seconds? It's not that much mana. It's like 1 mana per second. So it's, you know, it's definitely not a lot. But it's more than 0. And I'm not a mage build, so Starlight Shard, that's like the weapon skill. Let's deal with these wolves first. This guy. Let's pick this up. One way to do it. Where's the kukri? Okay. I'm gonna go here. It's nighttime. We're gonna make it daytime. So we're gonna clear out this camp here. Alright, almost done. One more dude left. He's over here behind the... having himself a little thing. This one, quick book, not that. Down here. Disgrace. Messed up. Alright, get some vigor. Bears. Reset the bears. So we got the painting. And then I'm gonna pop down to the seaside ruins. And this is where I'm like, I don't know exactly where on the map I need to put my marker, but I know exactly where in game I need to go. That up. That's a reset. So that's all done. Alright, so now we're gonna go here. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go here. There's some runes here. Runes here. Is that there? Once we're done with that, we want to stop this convoy. Now, doing these runes here, it is a lot easier to go in on the backside and do it that way. So you're gonna use Torrent to jump up this funnel here. And then you kind of want to get across here as quickly as possible. You want to get over there as quickly as possible. These other dudes here are easy to deal with. We don't want to do much. That guy has a horn. Kill him. Already got enough on our plate. If he would have used that horn, that guy on the horse and that other dude would have come over here and gotten this as well. And you know, we're dealing with enough right now. We don't need that. So we're gonna leave that guy on the horse alone. Alright. So what's the saying? Done and dusted? We're gonna pick that up. Let's see. Looks like that froze. Alright. So everything's still going, just the player on the website froze, I guess. So over here, there is these graves. So that's rune items. There's also wolves. So we're going to want to deal with the wolves. We're going to deal with the wolves before we go looting. It's just safer that way. There you. You're done. You're done. So now we're gonna go into Sorceress Celine's camp. We're gonna need this later. It's very clear. Did get poisoned, but that's largely fine. It's not gonna affect us too much. Items back. Got that. Alright. Let's heal up. Didn't need to use that one. Poison damage ticks down, but it's slow. Please drop. Rest here and the poison will be gone. And it's not a problem. You can open this door. Talk to her.
Tarnished, are we? I am Selen. Why are you here? Ah, I dare say you're... Oh well, but one must... I was as a reviler. You still? Very well, but I refuse to anticipate...
We don't want to give away any of the scrolls or anything that we've been getting. Not until later. Because everybody that you can give the scrolls to now, they die or disappear. Right? So we don't want to deal with that. Alright, but we need to stop this caravan here. He blew the horn, but that's fine. Most of what we're dealing with is like little bullshit. There's just a lot of it, but we got most of it cleared out before he blew the horn, so it doesn't matter. Alright, but in order to stop the convoy, you have to kill one of these trolls. Easiest way to kill a troll. Just like anything else with legs. You take out the legs. And then they become vulnerable. He didn't want to become vulnerable. But once one's down, I guess the cart's too heavy for the other one to pull. And then it just stops. And then you can just open this. And for all of our troubles, we get an axe. Alright, let's go pick up all our other loot from back here. See if we got anything good. They drop a sword. Well, at least the nobles do. He dropped his helm. Calm down, buddy. God damn. He almost got me. Almost. All right. Done here. Markers. Alright. We're just gonna go here. And then we're gonna drop down there. Pretty sure we can reach that. Nope. But we don't need to. We're gonna go all the way in the back here. Water catacombs. So whenever we go into the catacombs, we're going to use this setup. So we get in there, we see if we need to use something else. But no, we're going to use this one. See that guy there? That guy there? There's a trap there. See what I mean? I looked everywhere for this guy. Didn't see him. That guy was there. You can see me already trying to back out. That's the boss door. Don't step on the trap that we know is there. There's another trap. Around the edges. Step on the trap that we know is there. This is a very short one. Is that it? I thought that there might have been a little secret area. No? Ashes in here. I guess not. Yeah, that's the whole dungeon. It's too easy, right? Too easy. One's done. Alright, so we're gonna go to the catacombs entrance here. And we want to spend our runes. What do we need? 400. Yo, that's messed up. 62 runes. Alright. So we got our vigor up. We only got a couple of runes to lose. And we got a fight to have. Alright, so the reason why we use those runes is we got an invasion coming up. And this dude's an asshole. And so we don't want to have to worry about trying to get our runes while we fight this guy. We're going to get dismounted here. Alright, that means the invasion's starting. And you know that dragon hunter guy we talked to earlier? He's going to come and help us out. But he's not going to arrive for a bit. And so we gotta wait. If we run too far, and he comes from over there, but if we run too far, he's just gonna give up. Alright, so we're gonna have to, we can probably take him, but we want this guy to get into the fight as soon as he gets here. We want to come as close to him as possible can, so he gets involved in that fight. And this guy's gonna stack lead. So we want to very much avoid that.
The bloody finger. The end is nigh. For you. And your blood.
See? So when he stacks us with bleed like that, and we get caught out, that's a problem. But it's a totally doable fight. It's totally doable with our gear and our stats right now. This dude's kind of an asshole. And we can't use summons. So, kind of a dick. But, we only lost 138 runes. So far so good. And we didn't lose them. We can get them again. That's not a problem. They're right here. We're gonna get dismounted here. What I need to do is deal with the physic flask and get that set up with what I got. But I don't really got much right now, so it's not. Blood loss prop. There we go. He's done. See that? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. It's not so bad. Alright. Now he's going to go back to his world, which is our world. We're going to come over here. He ends up over here. We're going to talk to him. So keep advancing his quest forward.
Thought I am you tarnished. You stay the path. Just remember, they'll know you're a moot. Beyond the harps we will.
Alright. here. This is going to be a pretty short dungeon too. I mean, if you can, try to not. It doesn't really matter. But if you step on these alarm triggers, you're gonna get the whole camp. There's not that many. But if you can deal with enemies one or two at a time, that's always better than dealing with them all at once. And there's like literally nothing in here. We're here for one thing and one thing only. It's not loot. We're here for patches. Alright, so go through the boss door. See, there's no boss. Gotta open the chest.
Well. Just help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh? You scheming little thief. The gods demand repentance. Cough up your coin. All of it.
Be careful, you don't want to die, but just
Wait, please. I surrender. White flag and all.
We're gonna...
Well, finally come round, have you? I knew you would. You're a lady of reason, through and through. Well, what do you... Now, how did I get there? I took you for a dead, an innocent... Well, water up... A true lady. I'm tarnished, like only for now. In exchange for, honestly, frankly. So don't be. I'll be ready to wheel and. Don't forget. I'll be ready to.
Go here. This on. And so teleporting back to that side of grace resets patches, then we can do the next part of this quest. So we're gonna go here. Talk to him again.
Well, nice of you to all a bit and welcome. You won't need them. Yeah, now they're all. I mean, but it hardly. They're all foot soldiers. Work to the. Well, just something I'm saying. But then again, and besides. Huh?
So he's got a stone sword key, hairy dagger. He's got gold pickle, foul foot.
Cheers for that.
Doesn't really have anything we need. But we're gonna open this chest.
Well. I should have known, you scheming little thief. The gods demand vengeance. Vengeance!
So we're gonna go this way. We gotta run, because these bears are no joke. And then we'll go back and talk to Patches. No big deal. We're out. Once we get to this side of Grace, we're no longer trapped. And then we can teleport. So we're going to go back to Murkwater Cave. Turn on our light here. And these guys never go away. They're always going to be there. Patches.
Oh, you had me. I made it. But I'll forgive you, at any rate. Oh, don't miss all the... Cheers for that.
All right. All right.
What are you playing at? What's wrong with you? It's me. Hard of hearing, are we? Fine. Have it your way. You'll get what's coming. Don't go thinking I'm a soft touch. Uptake, eh?
All right, and that should be all of the emotes that we have from Patches.
Water under the... We'll call it, so. Steam. Try to find it in your...
Alright, so we're all done with Patches. Until, like, the end of the game. And then we can come back here and he's got, I think, one more emote for us. Alright. So we got a dragon and a dungeon left. And so we're going to take a little break. I'm going to get some more tea for my throat. And I'll be back in a few minutes. ladies and gentlemen, break time's over. I got my tea, it's steeping. So before we go any further, there's a couple of things we want to do. We want to go see E.G. So E.G.
Well, then I presume he's...
As... oh, we can't afford that, so we need 10k roots. How many runes do we have? I don't think we have 10k. We would need 8.
Something
8K?
else.
But 8k, that doesn't give us enough to also upgrade the weapon. Okay. We can't sell, I thought we could sell stuff to them.
Ah, the recusants. Can you believe they can scarcely believe? You might be surprised they only had to. It's on Mount. That's where they hide. Just you wait. You'll rue the tale of. It's on. That's where they. Just you wait. The tale of.
Alright. Let's go talk to Gideon.
No. Then you would do stand before the Elden. If those words follow the guidance of grace, do so, and you. Once the wisdom of the... As a true... I have high hopes for you. I'm seized Nambi. We've spoken.
All right. Just a second here. I need to mute my game sounds. This is gonna be really awkward because my headphones have run out of battery. They're Bluetooth. And so I have no audio cues anymore from the game. So that is going to make certain things very awkward. But it should be fun. We should be able to upgrade this to +2. So let's go do that.
Well, I took you no matter how you're up.
+2. Can't get it to +3. But that's fine. Alright, and we're gonna go to Seaside Ruins. And we're gonna go fight a dragon. And this is why I say not having any audio is going to be a problem right now, because I kind of need that audio. We're gonna go and clear that out next. We're not gonna hit the trap chest just yet. I feel like it's a bit unnecessary. Feel bad for the dog. Hans is derpy. Fire killed my dudes. Oh look, he's retarded. Yeah. So I don't think, yeah, I don't know if you got audio. Okay. So, we're going to turn this back. I want to apologize right now if you get some feedback. Let's do this. I'm gonna have my mic turned off so there's no feedback from the game sounds into the mic. And then there will just be no talking for the rest of the stream. One, that'll help my voice, and two, that'll make it so we don't have feedback from the game sounds on the stream. So that's what we're gonna do from this point going forward. So mic goes off, I get to rest my voice, and we're gonna do the thing. This fight is really easy, even though I died. A lot of that was because the dragon went derpy, but you know, give it a few goes, should be able to get it. You know, especially if you have audio cues, it's not that big of a deal. Oh man, I need to stop talking. We'll get to it in a couple hours when my headphones are charged. Turn the mic back on, give my voice a chance to rest. So let's get to it. So I would love to keep using Bloodhound Fang, but in this dungeon here, everything is going to be weak to bludgeon damage and not slashing damage. So we're going to use our beat stick, the really big one that we picked up a while back, like basically at the very start of the stream. We're going to pick that up. I died from poison. That's funny. We're gonna use that. So we're gonna use our old beat stick, and that's what we're gonna use from there. So let's get back into this. I'm gonna go put my headphones back on an actual charger, not just charging from the case, and then we'll go grab my runes, equip the beat stick, and get through the mines. Okay, so that's everything now, except for the night bosses here in Limgrave that I did before going to Castle Morn. Now, in Southern Limgrave, there's a bunch of stuff. I didn't do any of that. There's one. So I did the 2 night bosses, right? But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 or 6 dungeons. Well, there's a couple of caves and a couple of catacombs. That I didn't do. And so we're not going to do those. But we got excuse me. 2 Night Riders and 2 Deathbirds. So let's go run and do those real quick. We're going to get set up for the Night Riders and the Deathbirds. We're going to want Bloodhound Fang, and we're going to want Holy Weapon. So we're going to get that set up, and then we'll go do the Night Riders and the Deathbirds. You want the Holy Weapon for the Deathbirds. Deathbirds take extra damage from Holy. So that's why we want the Holy Weapon. So again, back to letting my voice rest. And my headphones charge, but we'll be back in a bit. Doesn't that thing look frickin' creepy as all hell? But them bats, they keep, I don't know, man. They keep getting in the way. I think I have enough battery juice to get through Castle Morn. So before you go to Castle Morn, it's very important that you talk to her. And
hello.
She's gonna tell you to go talk to her dad.
The servants. I can't. But I swear, my good father decided him. The servants. They've since come. I fear it's. Please, would you mind my soul, please? Thank you. Then please.
Take the letter.
Deliver it to my father.
All right. We don't need to ride back. Just gonna go there. Go there. Now I'm going to show you guys that you don't need to have max everything and all that nonsense in order to get through here as easily as I got through here last time. If you watched me play last time, I pretty much just blitzed through here. Now, let me be very clear. In case you didn't know, you haven't been paying attention, or if you're new to the stream, this is my 8th time beating the game. Right? Like, dumb stuff still happens to me, like that. But by and large, my experience is going to be greatly different from yours. Just because I have more experience in the game. I'll be able to get through things a lot easier than you will if this is your first time. So let's be clear about that. But if you are at the level I'm at and you've got what I got and you're running what I'm running, right? Let's see. So here's my stats. Here's my gear. If you've been following along, you know we haven't farmed for runes. We've picked up some rune items, but we haven't used those rune items to boost our level. We've just been playing the game, right? Couple of fights, couple of bosses. I had to do more than once, but my rule, for me personally, my rule of thumb is a boss is only giving me trouble if it kills me more than 5 times, right? So this Deathbird here, it got me 2 times, I think, and then I got it on the 3rd time. So wasn't giving me trouble. Just some bad RNG with the location of the bats that were also involved in the fight. On the third attempt, I was able to neutralize the bats before engaging the boss. So that helped negate all that. But now we're going to do Castle Morn. Castle Morn is a bit of a different beast. My throat's still messed up. I got some lozenges. Let me pop some lozenges here real quick. Hold on a second. Pop a couple of these lozenges. Alright, so in case you didn't know, 2 things real quick right off the bat. Number 1, I'm sick. Right, so if you're new and you're just joining, I can't tell who's watching. I can't tell if there's anybody watching. Doesn't matter. Just if you're new. Castle Morn is a different beast than what we've gone through so far. It's not as big as Stormvale Keep, which we'll get to. We're not going to do that today. Probably do that tomorrow. But, you know, we got the rest of Southern Limgrave to do. And then we'll go do Stormvale Castle. But right now we're doing Castle Morn. Castle Morn is a lot longer of a dungeon than we've done before. It's also all out in the open. There's a lot of mobs clumped up. And there's different paths that we're going to have to take and backtrack a little bit and do a couple of weird things. But by and large, it's probably only going to take us like an hour to get through. And then we'll finish up Irina's quest line. And then that's where we'll stop. Because that's where we stopped in my first stream today, where I said, hey, when I come back, we'll start a brand new character. And we'll do everything that I did on this character to show you that you don't need to get free runes, to get max, to have the best weapons in order to get through stuff. I think it's very important. People who think that Soulsborne games are extraordinarily hard, to realize that they're actually not. And that is a byproduct of the fandom of Souls games. It's like a form of gatekeeping, right? Souls games aren't hard, right? I mean, they're harder than, say, like MapleStory or Hello Kitty Island Adventure or Pokemon Go. They're harder than those games, but by and large, they're relatively easy. Like, I don't understand why people are like, oh, Souls games are so hard. It's like, nah, motherfucker, you're just bad at games. That's all it is. Like, it's not hard. Look, there's people who have had like 100 attempts on Millennia. I don't think Millennia is going to take 3, maybe 4 attempts for me to get down. I might even just one-shot the bitch. My first time playing the game, I think it took me like 6 times. I think she took me 6. Which meets my definition of a boss giving me trouble, right? So she gave me trouble. Took me 6 times to kill her. I killed her on the 6th try, and we're good. But also, I don't play the game like an asshole. I use all of the available mechanics in the game to beat the game, right? So I use summons. I use mimic. I use potions. I use buff food. I use status effects. Damn it. So that's the one you gotta watch out for, the big one with the lizard tail. I thought I killed him already. If you don't kill him, he's got, like, that axe has a lot of reach. Also, don't dodge like me. I dodge wrong. I have always dodged wrong, and I know how you're supposed to dodge, right? When we get into the boss fight, I'll probably die an extra couple of times, you know, demonstrating this. But we'll show you how you're supposed to dodge properly. And whenever, you know, I try to show something, that's usually when I die the most, because I'm thinking about it, I'm not actually just doing it. Right? Half the time I dodge wrong. The other half of the time I don't dodge when I should. Right? So I guess technically that is also dodging wrong. So when you dodge, and I'll show you. I can probably show you here on this guy. Deal with the dogs. Fuck the dogs. What you want to do when you dodge is you want to dodge into the attack. Right? I know that doesn't make sense, but that's how you when you roll, you don't want to roll backwards. You want to roll forward. Right? Let me see if I can get another guy in here. This guy right here is attacking me. Roll forward. So that's how you want to dodge roll. Right? So let's do that again. Let's get another guy here. So it looks like they're all gonna come, which kind of sucks. You know, the less enemies you fight, the better. You don't want to fight a bunch. It looks like we got two. One of them is this guy. So when he attacks me, we're going to roll into the attack. We're going to dodge into the attack. Dodge into the attack. Dodge into the attack. If I had better timing, you would have seen that. But you get the idea. You dodge into the attack because they're moving while they're attacking you. So if you try to dodge backwards, they're also attacking towards you. So you dodging backwards isn't going to give you enough room to miss the attack. You want to dodge forwards. And so when they're attacking forward and you're dodging forward, right? You're going to dodge through the attack and it's going to put the enemy on the other side of you. And you're gonna miss the attack completely. So that's when people say you want to roll into the attack, that's what they're talking about. That's how you want to do it. But it's time to quit messing around. Give me a few minutes. I can't, you know, I'm an old man. I can't do too many things at once. So, let's go through here. Pick up my room. I hate dealing with dogs. We still got to deal with these ones. Honestly, it doesn't matter if I kill those ones or not. There's nothing we need here. And we're going to be resting at a couple of graces. So those guys are going to get reset. Right, so largely that didn't matter. Into the attack. Into the attack. now we're just trying to get some space. I'm going to create space between us and this guy. Alright, it looks like he's sort of separated from everybody else. We'll use our weapon arc, bring him down. No troubles. We got dudes around us. It's a bit too many. We don't like that. But we're able to get through them. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Pick up these butterflies. I don't do as much crafting as I should, but you should do crafting. A lot of helpful items from that. If you don't like using the Lore Sworn Great Sword, this Claymore here is a good alternative. We're probably going to use that Claymore. You know, there's a couple of weapon arts that we're going to need later on in the game, and having another weapon that we can use with the weapon art will largely be beneficial for us. So we're gonna, you know, if you haven't played Elden Ring before, and man, 6 hours into the stream trying to explain this is the wrong time to do it. But we're basically playing a quality build, which means that we have access to a wider array of weapons and weapon arts, and we're going to be adjusting. We won't need to adjust our build, but we can adjust our kit based on the situation and our needs. And that is going to give us a good variety of weapons that we can use, weapons that we will use, weapon arts, and in the end, we'll have a relatively good experience with the game overall. Now you can go a full sort of how would you put it, you know, face fuck build if you want. So like, you know, get your bonky stick, your zug hammer, your, you know, whatever you call it, your zug stick, and you can just go right for it. And we can do that too, right? We got a zug stick, and we can use it. And we can use it with two hands. We got a zug stick, and it works pretty well for us. Largely, we don't have any problems with the zug stick, right? It works really well for us. But we like the Bloodhound's Fang. We like the Bloodhound's Fang for two reasons. One, the weapon art's good. And two, it's next bleed. Right? So when you get a bleed proc, you're going to do extra damage. And that extra damage is going to kill bosses faster. Right? So it applies to bosses as well. Not, you know, not just minions. So you're going to get a bleed proc on a boss, and you're going to take down like a quarter of the boss's health. And it's going to, you know, if you can get a couple of bleed procs off per boss fight, you're looking pretty good. It's going to make that boss fight real easy. Right? And when we use our Mimic will also have Bloodhound's Fang, and our Mimic will also proc bleed. So, in a couple of rounds, we can kill most bosses. Right? We're not going to have any issues. And is there a problem with the build? No. Is the build OP? No. Am I playing the game how it's supposed to be played? Yes. Because the same thing would happen with a Zug stick. get a Zug stick and you have a competent build and you throw your Mimic in there with it, your Mimic is going to be swinging around that Zug stick like he owns the fucking place, right? And that is going to be really good for us. Alright, so we want to go up here. We want to talk to this dude. Right? We're going to give him the letter from his daughter, and he's going to say he can't leave.
But you can see menial. They gave me foul. I'm sorry, but whatever. You take this. I see. Thank you. But I can't, even if they can, to ensure that if you father.
Alright. And when he says blah 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 fulfills duty, blah blah blah, we're good to go. And we're gonna go do our first site of grace inside the dungeon, and we're gonna rest there. Right? Everything in here we've already killed. We don't need to fuck with it. It's done. So we're gonna go up here. We gotta drop down and go around in a circle a bit. Like I said, there's a little bit of backtracking. Now you can get this on the way here. Now you might think that dropping on this will kill you. It won't. If you go straight down, you're not gonna die. You're not even gonna take fall damage. Grab that smithing stone. You can hit this ledge here if you're worried about it. If you roll just right, you can hit the ledge and then you can walk off, but you don't need to. It's totally fine not to do that. I'm gonna drop this guy. Drop this guy. Right? And we're already halfway through. We are halfway through Castle Morn. Right? So like I said, Castle Morn's not difficult. It's really easy. Even Stormvale's not difficult. It's just long. Stormvale is long. And so that means you're going to you're going to use a lot of your resources going through Stormvale. So Stormvale really is just about your resource management, your potions, and and stuff like that. So there's really nothing to Stormvale keep. Like it's just long. You gotta manage better. You gotta manage your path. There's basically one optimized route through Stormvale. Everybody knows it. Everybody does it. Just do that. Alright, jump there. We're gonna put on our lantern. So there's a slime on the ceiling here. Try not to let it get you. If it does get you, it's not that big of a deal. See, there it is there. It's gonna drop you. And you go and grab that. Just grab it and move. They're slow. It's not that big of a deal. I always come back here even though I know there's nothing here. I've done it now. This is my 10th playthrough. 9 would be the character that I have that's already maxed out. On your regular new game, I have 1 new game 8, and then this just proving a point. So that's the 10th time I've gone back there. The 9th time I've gone back there knowing there's nothing there. And I guess by now it's just habit. It's just a habit. It's a lucky charm. If I don't go back there, then I guess I'll just die or something. Who knows? I'll miss this jump. That's what'll happen. If I don't go back there and check, I'll miss the roll. Alright, grab your talisman. Gonna head down. Speed slide. Come over here. And we'll... And that. We're gonna use a potion even though we don't need to, because we're just gonna fill it with this. Now, if you didn't want to rest, you could have just got to there and filled your red flasks. But I like to rest because it not only fills the flasks, but also, you know, your mana and your life. All right, pick up this loot behind you, and you can just line up your feet with that ledge there. Even though you can't get 100% overhead, you can't really tell. But you just, and then just, you know, drop. It's really user friendly there. There's a bunch of rats in here. You're basically in a knife fight in a telephone booth. As soon as you drop down, but the arc of the Bloodhound's Fang is very helpful. And you can clear out some of that with a swing or two. It's not that big of a deal. And then we got another Grace here. We're going to rest, even though we don't need it. There's nothing in that room we need to go back and get, so we can just avoid that. So we don't need to mess with anything, just come across the bridge here. If you wanted to just go straight to the boss door, you can just drop down here. That drop won't kill you. But there's some loot over here we can go grab just real quick. I hate things that fly. Out of my way. Alright, and we're going to drop down here. There's some loot here. Grab. Go through the attack. Grab's dead. That up. You can kill these jellyfish. I don't know why you want to. You don't need runes that bad. But you can kill them. Alright. So now we got the boss fight. The Misbegotten. This is real easy. We're just going to go in. We're going to drop our summon. And we don't want to get stuck by this door. So we want to sprint inside. We want to fight him in this open area here. Attack. Alright, we're stuck on him, so we're going to move. Roll away from the attack. Get up. Alright, he wants to fight next to the door. I don't. He killed all my skeletons. God damn it, I was on the wrong flask. So that's the fight. It's not that difficult. We can just, like I said, you can just roll down from here. And then go back into the door. Again, we're going to want to summon our skeletons. And then move into the middle. We want to fight them in the middle. We don't want to fight them in the door. Because if we get stuck on the door, we can't move. But he wants to fight there. Blade, great sword. So that's exactly what we did the last time that I was here, except for I one-shot him, not two-shot him. Oh no. Look, I two-shot him and I got 1/10 of the stats that I did when I two-shot him. So you can't come sit here and tell me, oh, you can only do that because it's match. No, motherfucker, I can just do that. Alright, so we still want to put some more, oh, we put points into mind, not endurance. That's why. Well, that's bad. That's a problem. Alright, well, I mean, a couple of points into mind isn't going to hurt. Eventually, I think we want to have our mind at around 25. And we can, once we get a larval tier, and we have killed the queen, was it Queen Ranella? We can respec. So it's not gonna hurt us. It'll take us a couple extra levels to get where we want to be, but that's not a big deal. That's why I was like, oh, I put points into endurance. Why can't I wear my helmet? Well, it's because I didn't put them into endurance. Okay, so largely here we can just run. We don't have to fight these guys again. The dogs are going to chase us. And this misbegotten over here, they're also going to chase us. But the dogs can't climb the ladder. That guy can, so he'll follow us up, but largely that's fine. So just get up the ladder. If you're fast enough, he'll miss. He's gonna come up the ladder though. Plus you got this guy over here. He's gonna fight you as soon as you come up. So just come over here, kill this dude real quick. Turn around, because you got this guy here. Two-shot him, he's down. And then you're good. You gotta kill these guys here too. Because they'll follow you down. And they won't get involved into the other fight that's down there. God damn. I hate things that fly. Alright, so that's the last one that we got to deal with. The rest of these guys, they'll largely just ignore you, fight each other, but they'll probably still put us in combat if we get chipped by one of these enemies. But if that happens, you can drop down there and then go to the Grace. On my way. Alright, go talk to him. Tell him homie's dead.
I'm in your debt for keeping this. I'm no longer unsafe.
And he says he's gonna go and see his daughter.
Thanks to devote Marina as I only hope it.
And then we're gonna go over here to the Bridge of Sacrifice. And you got a choice, right? You can kill this dude now or you can kill him later. But either way, you're gonna have to kill him. So talk to him.
Green, how could this be? My daughter default like I chip and the foul wretch. I'll hunt them, rest assured. The foul, I'll hunt them, rest assured.
And when he says he's gonna hunt them, that's when you know you're done. And then you just
now I see.
And just, you know,
I will join you soon enough.
And you get a halberd +8. And we're not done. We're not done. You gotta drop out. You drop out, and then you go back in, and you pick up the Shibari Grit. Go. Shibari Grit. Alright, and that's it. We're done. 7 hours. Took 7 hours, start to finish, to do everything that I did with my max character, with a brand new character, and we have everything here that we had on that character. We just don't have. We could have had, but the way that I set up my stats, we don't have the stats to use the sword, but we could have done it, right? Because I put points into dex, we didn't have the strength to do it. We need to have 20 strength in order there's a 20. We need to have 22 strength in order to use it, and 12 dex. We started with 14 dex. I put 4 points into dex. Those 4 points into strength would have given us 22 strength, and then we could have used the gut sword with Hoarfrost. It's totally irrelevant, right? We're there. We're right there. It's totally fine. And, you know, I'm also an idiot. And I put a couple of points into mind where it shouldn't be. I should have 15 endurance right now and 10 mind. But that's totally fine. We want 25 mind by the time we're done. We're getting a little bit of a head start, those couple of points. It's not really going to matter. But either way, we're done. Next time, we're going to clear out Southern Limgrave and then do Stormvale Keep. And that'll be that. Alright. Thank you for watching, if you did watch. Otherwise, I will see you next time.